It's the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Being brought to you live by Carhartt.
You know what? Something special in the middle of the season. Don't we all deserve that? Don't we all deserve a real treat in the middle of this 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series season? Well, you know, we've been doing that for several years now. Something special. Used to be called Bass Fest. Now it is Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. And to make it extra, there's a little Clark Windlet right there, to make it extra special, we are going to, you'll hear many people say it is the bass fishing capital of the world. I don't know if that's true, but this week it certainly is, Mark Zona. And I ask you this, I give you one question. I never say it's going to be a slugfest until you officially declare it. So on the start day of competition, can we say that?
Here's all I could say is after the St. Johns River, you're like, gosh, can we top it? If there was one check mark on the schedule, it was this lake. And looking at the interweb all week long, the big ones are definitely biting. We're going to see a lot of that. And there is a lot of different things playing that maybe a lot of anglers did not see coming for this event.
All right, so we got that to look forward to. We'll break it all down. We have 6 full hours ahead of you, 4 days of competition today, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. But right now, it's Lake Fork. As if you weren't familiar with it, let's take a look at our Hummingbird Lay of the Lake.
Exactly right. So much rain, so much rain really in the last 12 hours, Tommy Sanders. Fair to say, Lake Fork, so much history here, so much history with Texas Parks and Wildlife on this lake. Truly one of the best lakes not in the state of Texas, really in the whole entire country, but it is a swollen lake. And the one thing that is going to transpire throughout this event, every time that we've come here, it's been in an offshore event. We do not see that playing this time around. Look for a shallow water beatdown. Really, could be the entire tournament.
All right, we got that to look forward to. This place is an absolute miracle of big bass. It is a management breakthrough for 40 years now. We'll get into all that, why it is such a great place. But right now, let's hear from one of the favorites. Definitely one of the guys that's a favorite coming in here. He has done amazing things here, set records here on Lake Fork, and he is, of course, Keith Combs, here for you right now before takeoff.
All right, day one of the Texas Fest, and we're about 30 minutes from leaving. We're boat number 2, so that's good. I got a spot I really want to get on. And, you know, we had a huge storm last night, which is kind of the norm here. It seems like every time we have this tournament, we've had a huge storm the night before. Kind of blows out the shallow fishing. I'm not predominantly fishing that way. I'm trying to stay on the outside and fish for, you know, big post spawners. But I think that really, I mean, I don't think it'll help my pattern, the storm and all that stuff, but I think it could hurt some other anglers.
31 stat on Keith Combs, one of his victories here at Toyota Texas Bass Classic. 110 pounds in 3 days. That's all you need to know, right?
He also made a statement. His practice has been pretty much rough the entire week. On Monday, he caught 2 9s, an 8, and a 6, and he said, besides that, it's been really tough for me all week long.
That's right. He just is in survival mode, obviously. Keith Combs, definitely one of the guys we will be with all day today. That is for sure. We got a late takeoff this morning owing to some storms that just passed by. And also one of the big favorites coming in here today is a guide here, a fellow who's been guiding here for many a year. 300 days a year does Lee Livesey spend on Lake Fork. Let's see what he had to say.
Had a big weather change last night. The wind changed directions. Had about, I don't know how many inches of rain, but the lakes came up about 8 or 9 inches already, and it's coming up fast. A lot of places are going to be calm that were windy, and a lot of places are going to be muddy that were clear, so there's going to be a lot of changes. Just going to have to fish as the day goes on and see what happens. I'm not scared to run new water all day.
All right, Lee Livesey, also a favorite here, having a fantastic season his rookie year for the Bassmaster Elite.
And a little bit scary when he says, I'm possibly going to run new water because he has a lot of it. The other side of this is really the mass wave of spawners. If you're watching us on Bassmaster.com and you've been following the weather pattern throughout the South, the Southwest, the massive spawn really just happened 2 weeks ago down here, the moon of April. There are still a lot of giants locked on beds on Lake Fork right now.
All right, all different stages here, all sorts of different environments, tremendous spawning flats. We've got little bitty bluffs and so forth like that. It's just everything comes together in this one special place, Lake Fork.
Exactly right, and what a lot of guys are going to concentrate on. You see points like that, you see guys going to be concentrating on a shad spawn and then actually going shallower throughout the day. And one of those anglers, somebody we've not had a camera with.
Oh yeah.
How about Chris Grove from Illinois?
Hey guys, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro here, Chris Grove, getting ready for day one here, Texas Fest at beautiful Lake Fork. Should be an interesting day. We had a little bit of weather moving. I don't know, you know how it is, Derby Day, they always throw a loop for us, but we're gonna go out there and smash them today. It's gonna be a fun day.
I'm gonna go throw some top water and try to hit up this shad spawn in the morning. I've been having a couple big blow-ups every morning. I think some of them big ones will be key to get the day started. It's been really tough after that for me. I haven't had the best of practice, but we are on Lake Fork, one of the best fisheries in the country. And I've been here a couple of times. I caught my personal best here before, so I know they live out there, and any cast you could get right in a hurry out here. So we're gonna go out there and have fun and try to get it done.
Is this a little different?
Well, Chris Grove and some bonus Brett Pruitt there for you. Yes. He's talking about blow-ups. That's how he sort of made his advances in the sport of fishing through the years. Qualified for the Classic on Lake Chatuge, fishing a bunch of fish that blew up for him at that tournament right there. So we're getting ready, as you say, for a lot of different pick your poison things and maybe some surprises too, you say.
Absolutely right. And if you want to learn about the shad spawn, I remember the tournament last year from Toledo Bend. Really got to dive into that. We're going to see a lot of that this morning.
All right, another one of the favorites coming in. We'll be with him all day long. Our leader, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points co-leader, Patrick Walters.
Day one, Bassmaster Elite Series, Toyota Texas Bass Fest here on Lake Fork. It's going to be a good day. We got a little weather delay. We had a bad storm come in last night. We're blasting off at 7:30 this morning. You know, the fish are doing a mixture of everything right now. There's some fish deep, there's some fish shallow. We're going to start shallow. We're going to kind of start on like a shad spawn kind of deal. And we're just going to go fishing today, see what happens. You know, they say everything's bigger in Texas, so let's see if that's the case.
Here we go, young Patrick Walters right there. I forgot to put the young in front of that. Terribly sorry. I got to apologize for that. The weather that has just passed, and we mentioned the late takeoff. About an hour late this morning. You can see the big storm that passed right through there. We're just east of Dallas about an hour's time, so that's well out of here. There's a little bit of troublesome stuff to the north. I don't think that's going to bother us here today, but that is our TH Marine Weather Watch for today. Generally a high in mid-70s, just perfect. Low tonight, 66 degrees. A little bit of wind south, from the south, 9 miles an hour, and here we go live with Keith Combs. For all his accolades here and impressive stats from here on Lake Fork, Keith Combs be the first to tell you he hadn't fished here that many times, really. Of course, if you're that good, you don't have to.
Whatever. No.
Right? You don't believe that?
Keith Combs says he hasn't fished here a lot of times. That means he's only fished here like 400 times when you're in the state of Texas. All right. I've looked at his GPS track here. He's been here plenty of times.
Okay.
The other side is. Really, a lot of the dominant performances that Keith Combs has had here, it's when they get out, okay? Right. It's when the white bass are out deep, everything's happening from, to really call it 18 to 35 feet of water. He said they're just not there yet. There's some out there, but really, he said the bulk of what I'm concentrating on is more of that initial move to the ledges, which is more of that 8 to 15 feet of water. He said, I am not catching many, but the ones I do catch are absolute giants.
First fish just came across the board. Brad Watley with a 3-pound, 2-ounce.
Brad Watley, the East Texas angler. Keep your eye on him today. You know he's put in his hours here.
Exactly right. And one of the things that we're going to see early this morning, there's a threadfin shad spawn. And if you follow shad spawns throughout the entire country, that generally lasts an hour to 2 hours, so keep your eye on this first 2 hours of fishing.
All right. Well, we have a different sort of rule set up, a different sort of weigh-in set up here. This is a very different week, and it's that way each and every year. Here's Dave Mercer to explain it for us.
Thanks, Tommy. As you know, this is stop number 5 of the Bassmaster Elite Series, but this is no regular Elite Series stop. This is $1 million on the line for our anglers and a coveted Geico Bassmaster Classic berth on the line for our winner. This event, the predecessor to this event, the TTBC, and now Toyota Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife, has been running for 13 years. This is a little different. We don't have marshals this week. We got judges. They're going to weigh the fish in the water. Why? The reason this was all designed is 13 years ago, they wanted to have an event to celebrate Texas, and they wanted to have it on the crown jewel of Texas Parks and Wildlife Lakes, and that, of course, is Lake Fork. But on Lake Fork, between 16 and 24 inches slot. So you have to let everything go in that size. You can't have a tournament, and that's why they came up with the catch, weigh, and release system. You're going to weigh all the fish on the water. You're going to have an official weight out there, unless it's an over, a 24 inches or over. You bring those in and show those off to the crowd. So it's going to be a fun event. You're going to be able to follow the action all week long, and I'm excited. I mean, we're on Lake Fork. I mean, Keith Combs won this in 3 days with 110 pounds, so Lord only knows what our 4-day champion's going to weigh in here this week.
Well, here's a look at some of our guys that we are covering. In fact, all the guys we are covering today, all 6, all day long with cameras on them, including California native and now Texas resident Frank Talley. Frank qualified for the Classic this year.
Any of our Texas viewers right now on Bassmaster.com, you see Frank Talley and Keith Combs in a very
we started out on this. We came to this point over here that I was talking about, one of these long extended clay points, and there's another competitor on it. So we're going to fish this shallow bar that comes out and see what happens. That point is a better spot, of course, than this, but this morning they're all out there eating gizzard shad and chasing stuff, so maybe we pick up a couple of fish on this shoal here.
Chris Zaldane with a 2.5 pounder.
Frank Talley mentioned another angler there in the area. It's not a big lake, about 27,000 acres, about only 300 miles of shoreline, but boy, it is packed with good stuff and just acres and acres of the timber they left in here,
It's
too.
bizarre. It's almost like Toledo Bend and Gunnersville. It gets so much pressure for obvious
that whopper
reasons.
flopper when it's a little more windy. This walking bait is better when it's a little more slick.
Chris Grow on the left.
And really what you'll see transpire with this shad spawn on this lake, that threadfin gig will last generally, with the lower skies, it'll last a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours, but those gizzard shad that are spawning, the gizzard shad, those will spawn all day long. They absolutely will spawn all day long, and that's where I think we're going to see guys like Lee Livesey, where he knows those huge gizzard shad spawn, whether it's a shell bed near the main lake, that will be the bite that could last all day.
Come on, guys.
Kyle Monty has a 4-pound 2-ouncer.
Got it.
There's, you can see how our weigh-in
3 pounds,
situation
2
goes
ounces,
there.
fish number 1.
3-2 for young Patrick Walters.
Hey, we're doing 0. Got to get started somehow.
Everything's released at the boat. You can keep, as Mercer mentioned, a big one, an over, 24 and over, to bring to the weigh-in.
Yes, sir.
Got our full crew on all hands on deck here today. Got Such and Ronnie in the studio here. And, of course, Davey Height. Since you're in the studio, Davey Height is on site. And let's throw it to our man, Davey, right now. Hey, Davey.
Yes.
What's going on out there today? A little bit late start. Now, is this going to be catch them all day long, or is this going to be catch 7 and hope 5 of them are giants?
Well, good morning, guys. What a storm we had moved through here last night. Everyone I've talked to, some people said they thought their houses were going to blow away. I mean, it was a lot of electricity in there and a lot of rain. And I'm standing here right at the water's edge, and you can tell. I just talked to Lee Livesey. He had it marked, but it looks like the water came up 8 or 9 inches. And he said when he left the place he's staying on the lake that it had come up 8 inches overnight. And is still rising for sure. So they will catch him all day, to answer your question, Tommy. And I think we've been looking forward to this tournament. When we saw it on the calendar, everyone looks forward to Lake Fork. But these fish are a little behind. But I think that's going to be more interesting for us to watch how this tournament unfolds, because, you know, instead of just the Keith Combs and the people that are so good at deep cranking, those guys have found a few fish, a few schools of fish, but there's fish from a foot deep to 35 feet deep, and we'll see different anglers attack this lake in different ways. And I think it's going to be so interesting, especially with the wind direction changing and all that rain we had last night. Everything's going to change. Some of the guys, the hammers that you expect to catch them, like Livesey and Combs, and let's not forget about Stetson Blaylock. He's on a roll and he has a lot of experience here. Seemed very confident when I talked to him this morning. But you might not see those guys come out of the gate just catching those big fish immediately, because the wind direction changing, the lake coming up 8 or 9 feet, the shad spawn, how does it affect that? How does it affect those deeper fish? All that we'll see as this day progresses. But we are at Lake Fork, and we will see a lot of big fish. Keith Combs told me, well, I've only found 2 or 3 schools offshore, but they're big ones. And I said, so what do you call big ones? He said, well, one place I made 2 casts on and caught an 8 and a 9. So I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Hey, Davey, if you can real quick, can you talk about the difference in timing? Every single angler that we've spoke to is concentrating on a shad spawn. Threadfin in the morning, and then really gizzard shad throughout the day, and how one lasts way longer than the other one.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Z. Well, the one thing about the threadfin versus the gizzard shad starts spawning earlier in the as the water tends to warm. So that is kind of at the latter stages, but it will last all day long, especially with these clouds, where the threadfins, it really only lasts typically until the sun gets up in the horizon. These clouds certainly help things. The thing about the gizzard shad, they're not as easy to find as the threadfin. There's a lot of gizzard shad here at Lake Fork, but they're not as easy to find. Those threadfin, they get up around something close to the surface, whether it's a foot deep or 40 feet deep, and they're real easy to find. And you'll see a lot of guys that are targeting the threadfin spawn, and that's great. I've heard some people talk about seeing 5 and 6 pounders schooling on those spawning threadfin. But the Lee Liveseys, the Stetson Blaylocks, the Keith Combs, the guys that have a lot of experience here know where those gizzard shad. And believe you me, they had some baits out. Lee Livesey, I looked at his rods this morning, and he had an 11-ounce swim bait tied on a rod that looked like an offshore rod. He said, I've got to go chase it. He said, it's not really good as it could be or should be right now, but I've got to go chase it, because if I can get 4 or 5 bites, and this is what he said, if I can get 4 or 5 bites and put them in the boats, I'll have 30 pounds.
All right, we're looking for some 30-pounders out there. Davey, you know, you talk about the home field advantage here, guys like Livesey and Keith Combs and stuff, but I mean, everybody in this game has spent time on Lake Fork. I mean, it's not like it's a mystery lake to everyone else. Everyone has been there, right?
And really, Davey, if we can, has this weather not getting those fish offshore in those notorious small areas where big schools get, has this weather kept them shallow and really made this playing field even?
Yep, you're exactly right, Tommy and Z. You're exactly right. There again, I'm going to lean on Lee Livesey with so much experience here. He said this tournament could be won by just a grinder, a guy that fishes shallow with a frog, a swim jig, just stays shallow, he said, because with this lake coming up and this water getting dirty, there are already a lot of fish still shallow, more so than normal for this time of year. He said, but with this lake coming up as much as it has, already 8 inches overnight, and he said it's going to come up more. So we'll probably see it rise a foot from yesterday in 24 hours, less than 24 hours. So it definitely plays into the hands of the guy like a Bill Lowen or someone that just is a great fisherman, loves to throw a swim jig, loves to throw a frog, stay shallow, and it could definitely happen. That's what's so great about coming to a Lake Fork, because there are big ones, especially this time of year, from a foot deep to 35 feet deep. And I think these clouds and this weather and this rain and the rising water really helps a guy that fishes the bank. And we all know the guys that, like Livesey and Combs, and you can name more and more, but the guys that have so much offshore experience here, and they know how fast you can catch a 25 or 30 pound 5-fish limit. You're just drawn to that. You want to go do that because you've seen it happen, and so many of these anglers that are fishing today have done that here. But like a couple of the anglers that have so much experience here, they said you better watch out for a guy that'll just get up there shallow and grind and stay there, because maybe he doesn't have the experience out there offshore and doesn't have those memories going on in his mind. Stay up there shallow, and there'll be some big fish caught shallow. There still are a lot of fish spawning here, which is unusual. A lot of it should have happened a week or two ago, but still a lot of bass on the bed. The rain and the high dirty water is really going to hurt the guys trying to sight fish for them. But what do you do if that was your plan? Then you're just going to fish, and those fish should be biting this morning.
Great stuff, Davey. That's perfect tease for what we have coming up for 4 days of fishing on incredible Lake Fork. We talked about Lee Livesey is one of those with so much experience, 300 days a year he guides on Lake Fork, or has in years past, and got to be a guy we can't take our eyes off today. We'll be with him all day long, and now live, here's Lee Livesey.
A couple 5-pounders just came across the board. Clifford Perch with a 5.2 and Quentin Capo.
On our second spot.
5.10.
We went 0 for 2 on the first 2 spots. Somebody was already there. Got a big wind change. We're going to make a few more casts and go hit 2 little secondary points right in here. And we're going to get on the other side of the lake and run a bunch of new water. We had a big wind change last night, so everything's going to be new with the big bait.
Look at that rod in that bait.
It might take all day, but we're going to find them eventually, and we're going to catch them. We're just going to have to run a bunch of new water today.
Well, from the very first event of the year.
Going to have to go get in the wind.
Well, it's going to be fun to cover him today.
Oh, yeah. First event of the year, this guy has been a player in the Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year race, Lee Livesey. Big splash in his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And makes a big splash with whatever he's throwing out there, Mark Zona, with that big rod. And like we say, the Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year is a big race. It's bigger than ever this year. And such a talented crew of anglers up there. And at the top are one of our co-leaders for Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Patrick Walters, and there's Lee Livesey right there in third place.
Cradled in there. Take a look at Drew Cook, one of the best sight fishermen. Obviously proved he is one of the best sight fishermen on this tour. The other thing, his main gig, he said, I live with a swim jig, and this lake is set up perfectly for that this week.
We're going to just be putting data together all day today to see. We've had so many different scenarios on how this thing could be won. We just got to watch, right?
Something bad is going to happen.
What?
Here. Like something scary.
Bad. Okay.
Something scary bad.
Good. Could be great.
Absolutely.
Scary bad, right?
Somebody was over there on that one, too.
All secondary shad spawn points.
Talk about the pressure this place gets. We're basically within the influence of one of the top 5 metro markets in America here. Dallas-Fort Worth, less than an hour away.
And you're really looking at one of the top 3 most popular guides on the lake. I mean, Livesey spends a ton of time out here. He's guided here 6 years, really, but fished it since he's moved to this area since 1996.
Got a good look at the color of that water. Not dirty per se, but just tinted. Perfect, yeah. Fishing water.
part Bassmaster College Series?
This is no joke. When I was talking to Lee Livesey yesterday about kind of his game plan, and we'll break that down throughout the day. While talking to him for 20 minutes, he hooked 2 giants yesterday. Where he laid the phone down and you could hear the thrashing and splashing.
Sound like they had a gator roped up or something? Okay. Lee talked about the wind change. Of course, that big line that just went through is sucking everything from the east, and that will turn southerly through the course of today. Should be blowing all day, but not hard. Patrick Walters.
Should have some sweet stats for y'all today.
What?
4+ pounders, 5+ pounders. Be able to keep track of that live.
Young Patrick Walters made the comment before our registration. If he had the confidence, literally, if he was brave enough to do it, he said, if I put a buzz bait in my hand all day long and never put it down, I feel like I could catch a 30-pound stringer. He goes, I don't know if I'm brave enough to do it though.
I think that's 4 different baits and 3 casts for Brett Pruitt right now.
He's still picking his poison at this point.
You know, one of the things about Fork that is so different from our Tennessee River reservoirs like Pickwick and Kentucky Lake and Gunnersville, the most bizarre thing, if you talk to some of the guides here, you know, James Caldemeyer, guys like that fish here all the time, and I remember this all the time I've spent on this lake with Keith Combs, it's one of the rare places you don't want them pulling water when you're offshore.
I've read that, and I can't figure that out.
And here, generally, the best bite offshore here, it's so strange because I guarantee you there's some, the first time I fished here, Combs is like, man, I hope they're not pulling water. These ledge fish do not like that because they're not used to it. He said one of the things that ends up happening here when they pull water, it makes a lot of those deeper fish, those 10 to 30 foot of water bass, suspend.
Come on, big girl.
Which is the polar opposite from every single place that we go to.
Yeah. Well, I guess part of it is, you know, there's not a big river flowing in here. I mean, they don't pull water off. I mean, it heads up just in one county over.
And they are pulling water here.
Yeah, and now they are, but just because of the storms, and they may not even last through the 4 days.
And you'll never hear that on Bassmaster Live. And I want to talk to Davey about that later today. You will never hear us go to a reservoir this time of year when there are some fish getting out and anglers saying, gosh, I hope they don't pull water today.
Never. We had a fish catch come in, a Such alerted us to from Brad Watley. Brad Watley from east of here, about
there he is.
About a couple of hours. Brad Watley in the Texarkana area. And Brad, you got a lot of experience on Lake Fork. Is that going to help you here, or is that something you have to sort of put behind you and fish moment to moment?
You know, really, I don't have a whole lot of experience on Fork other than when I was a kid. I hear tide a lot. I really, like I said, just really don't have a lot of experience on it. But really and truly, this big rain we had last night and this wind shift, it's going to change up the shad spawn stuff. I'm going to run as many points as I can this morning. If I don't get bit the first 5 or 6 casts where I know the fish were loaded up at, I'm going to have to run a new point.
When you say it's going to change
I'll do this for...
You say it's going to change the shad spawn, you mean it's going to go away, or?
Well, you know, I mean, we got like 5 inches of rain last night, and the wind changed last night. That can definitely change things up, muddy the water up, messes them up. They won't do the deal early in the morning a lot of times because of that. When you get a big front like that come through, But we're optimistic. I mean, had a bite on my first cast on one point. They weren't there like they were. But that don't mean anything. Like I said, you just got to run as many points as you can.
Okay.
As long as the weather allows it to where it is a factor.
How was your practice, Brad?
It was pretty good. I mean, I'm catching them just like a lot of people are on shad spawn early in the morning. But then after that, I'm locking a swim jig in my hand. And I've caught some really big ones this week on swim jig. So that's, if we can get lucky and catch 18, 20 pounds this morning on the shad spawn, and then we'll go looking for those 7, 8, 10 pounders that swim jig. That and a frog.
Brad, have you seen fish still locked on?
Yeah, there's a lot of fish up spawning. I didn't fool with them though because there's so many bucks, and I knew we had this big deal with big front coming through, and it's going to muddy up a lot of that stuff. And I really didn't spend much time. I like the bed fish, but I didn't spend much time trying to concentrate on that. I was primarily figuring out how to catch them, depending on what the weather does. So I feel like my swim jig pattern will hold. I don't think that's going to go away. In fact, it may get better. This lake rises, that could bring more fish up.
All right, Brad, thank you very much. We do appreciate it. Brad fixing to crank up the motor and make a little move right there. Brad Watley from East Texas.
Believe he's rooming with Lee Livesey this week.
See, look out. Yet he said he hadn't spent much time on Lake Fork, because that might have been one of those Keith Combs kind of things.
Exactly right.
Not really.
Couple more 5-pounders.
Spent a ton of time.
Hunter Schreck with a 5.5. Clint Davis with a 5.7.
Back over to Brett Pruitt.
There we go. Oh, man. Didn't mean to break my rod. That was a good start. She wasn't coming off.
I think you'd be okay if we had a bunch of frog bites today, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, I think I'd be all right.
Be okay with you.
Yeah, be okay with me.
4 pounds, 6 ounces.
All right.
Tell me that, Judge, one more time. 4 pounds, 6 ounces. Okay. Got it.
That's an official weight, folks. That goes in. That is totally official. No weigh-in necessary. It just happened.
Ronnie, slot is 16 to 24, correct?
Yes, every fish over 24 coming to the scales this week. That'll be the culling we'll see, is if you have one over 24 and you replace it with one even bigger. Would you love to see that?
Got that scale ready?
Feels like the calm before the storm right
It
now.
kind of does right now. It was a little slow to start. Of course, we were late getting started today, but we have seen some great things already. Some rod-breaking adventures going on out here. Let's see where that happens. Right there.
Right there.
Yeah, right there.
Hey, look, these lakes are rough on equipment,
That's right.
man.
That's part of the game. That's part of the gig right there. Corey Johnston, guy on top right now. My guy.
It is, isn't it?
One of those guys.
Absolutely.
Quentin Capo,
One of them
Clint Davis.
Johnsons.
Hunter Shryock putting them in the boat as well, and Clifford Perch joining the fray. Like you say, it could be just the calm before the storm.
there is a
And boy,
beatdown
we have
coming.
got great expectations for today, and every expectation that they are going to be fulfilled. Be right back after this on Bassmaster.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner? Work truck? Motorcycle?
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
During the month of May, you can enter the Fish with Keith Combs sweepstakes for a daily chance to win a $100 Cracker Barrel Old Country Store gift card. A grand prize winner will be selected in May for your chance to fish with me, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Keith Combs. Trip includes round-trip airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending money. Enter daily during May at bassmaster.com/fishwithkeithcombs.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
That is the official full title. All of that plus benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife, which is a big part of the success story of this incredible fishery, Lake Fork. There's our leaderboard right now, and that is official right there. Corey Johnson.
Your guy.
On top, 11 pounds. Oh, wow, he's almost got 12 pounds. Kyle Monty with a good fish a little earlier on. We got a report on that. Scott Canterbury tied for the lead. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Look out for this guy.
See if we can't slide back out on the water. Just on the other side a little, Caney. Look right now at Frank Talley. Said he had a solid practice.
Not the size, but we'll take him.
Scale is 0. £1 12 ounces.
Agreed. First one of the day.
On the boat there for Frank Talley.
Pulling for him.
The old ball and
chain.
Frank,
Throwing the old ball and chain.
Grew up in Los Angeles,
Yes.
lives out here in Texas now and just loves it.
Good
Good
dude.
guy, nice
Good
guy
dude.
too.
Good dude.
Very nice guy. Here with a young Patrick Walters, 24 years old. Got a couple of wins in the Bassmaster system already at this young age.
Sometimes I just don't want to worm. Let me know when it's zeroed. You ready?
£2 11 ounces.
211.
211.
Second one to show up to be part of his total.
Thank you.
Would say it says in the live well. They're not in the live well.
You talk about a lake that sets up right for Patrick Walters. This lake sets up identical how he fishes almost at Santee.
Okay.
Almost identical.
Wow. Saw Brett Pruitt catch a good one just moments ago.
Oh my.
His frog.
Oh my.
Thank you, Lord.
Give us that weight again. Brett, come on. Missed that. Let's say around a 3 pounder.
7 or 3.
Judge, what was that weight? 3 pounds, 13 ounces.
313. Okay.
Boy, for having a tough practice. Pruitt getting it done this morning.
Absolutely, and the way we like to see it getting done. Back over to young Patrick Walters, another good one.
Loving it.
How we looking, EK?
Zeroed.
It is zeroed?
It is now.
Oh, fatty. Give me something
3
good.
pounds, 10 ounces. 310.
310?
Welcome to Toyota Bassmaster Studios right there. I think our little flurry is getting underway here officially on Lake Fork. Great to have you with us. We're here for the next 5.5 hours. Mark Zona, Tommy Sanders, you saw the suits there. Mike Sukon, and behind me, I feel the presence of someone at the screen of knowledge, and usually that someone is our own Ron Moore. Ron, I think you got something already this morning. You got something for us.
We're already tracking all of the 4+ pounders caught. That's kind of the norm, a par for a good fish, and that'll get you to the 20-pound mark. You catch 5 of those. So we're already tracking that, but we wanted to get an update. If you're just joining us on Bassmaster Live, we've seen a couple anglers in the last few minutes with fish, but here's our live lineup for the day, not to mention all the Rapala Live bonus coverage we'll have. We got Brett Pruitt. He's got 2 good ones to his total right now. Frank Talley from Texas, not too far from Fork. Keith Combs, the big guy that we're watching here, won a couple TTBCs and other events here. Patrick Walters, leading angler of the year and rookie of the year. Lee Livesey, one of the best guides, if not the best guide on Lake Fork, been here for 25 years. And then Chris Groh had a good practice, was excited for this one. Kind of fishes his style. He's from Illinois, but he'd much rather fish this way than maybe with a spinning rod and finesse tactics. This is kind of his deal. And so this is our 6th live we're covering today. We'll see plenty more on Rapala Live. Watch throughout the day, though.
All right, Ryan, one thing I want to confirm, we see this, the way that we're doing the weigh-ins with the judge in the boat, doing that. This is a descendant of the Toyota Texas Bass Classic, where they have been doing it this way for the better part of a decade, right?
Back when they used to even do the team portions, when there would be four or five anglers competing for a team, they would do the catchway release. A lot of these lakes in Texas have those bigger slot gaps that you're not allowed to maybe bring in fish that we see at normal weigh-ins that are 14 inches or something, those slot gaps. So that helped. It helps with the conservation. We'll hear from Dave Terry this week about that, but this is one of the lakes, 16 to 24 inches for a slot. Those will count because we're catching, weighing, and releasing them like we used to do for the TTPZ days. And then also over 24 inches, they'll bring those to the scales.
Should be something to look forward to at the end of the day when it comes to weighing time. Slots work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We talked
I think we see evidence
we've talked every time that we've covered a slot event, we always say by the end of the week, why does not every single lake in the country have a slot limit?
Okay. See that Rick Morris just popped into 5th place. He's got one fish. It's a 612.
Big fish alert.
Big fish of the day.
Yeah.
And Harvey Horn caught his second 4.5 pounder. He's up to 3rd place.
Very interesting that your sweet graphic right there of the anglers that we're covering, the one angler that said he had the worst practice being Brett Pruitt is exponentially surpassing the other anglers.
Just beating the rest of them into the Texas
He said
dust.
it was literal. He said it was one of the worst practices he's ever had in his lifetime.
Always look out for that guy, whoever says it.
Which why when you look through those galleries of guess the weight for the winning weight, that's why you see some of the anglers that have 80. You're like, what planet are they on for 80 pounds for a winning weight instead of 110 or something? That just says, hey, I had a tough practice and hopefully I win, but hopefully I have 82 pounds. That's what they're hoping.
Yeah.
They're fooling you to take you off take him off your fantasy team. Pruitt had 82 pounds as his winning weight. One of the lowest.
Later today.
There's 20 pounds living in this grass to start the day if we could just get them to get 3 more bites.
That's why I probably caught that little fish on
a
fluke versus a top water or a swim bait. So I'm going to try. It looks like the wind's blowing a little more out there, so we're going to run up here to another point and see if we can locate them, some better fish. Those fish right there that I caught aren't going to get the job done on this lake.
We talked about it earlier on Facebook Live. You guys think we'll see one bigger than 11.2 that we saw in Palatka? And do you think, what else did we talk about? 11.2. And then the biggest we've seen on live is a 9.14 from Rick Clunn at Palatka. You think we break those numbers?
I think it's going to, just for the simple fact that they have not got offshore good and started to, put on their summer weight. I think that'll be hard to surpass. I think you'll see several 9 to 10s, though, by the end of the week.
How many of the top share lunkers come from Lake Fork here?
Staggering number from this lake.
Like the top
30
5
of the
or
top
something? Or is it 30? 30 of the 50, I know, but I mean, the
It's
top
like
5 are
top
all from
6
here,
in a
too.
row.
Yeah. And I think it's like 14 of 20, I think.
Barry St. Clair, 18.18.
This sucks.
Combs is
here yesterday. There's not even a white bass here today. Pelicans, yeah. It's like, oh, no bait today. Let's just stay up here on the grass. Shoot.
Fork on a tributary of the Saline River runs
like
into the
no
main river just a few miles down the
signs
road.
of anything. No bait, no.
Saline River gives us, of course, Toledo Bend and the Big Bay down on the Gulf too. Saline.
You heard Livesey say that that storm last night was gonna, in some way, shape, or form, affect Guy's game plan. So far, you could tell listening to Combs right there. One thing he said, there was a lot of white bass out on these ledges, which generally, when those white bass get to the ledges on Fork, those big ones are just days behind them. Grebe.
Actually is one.
It is.
It is one.
Is it not?
Western Korea.
First time.
First time
ever
you
that
nailed it.
Actually.
Hey, nailing it's nailing it. Doesn't matter if first or 50th time. I said Saline. Sabine River. I live close to the Saline River, so. Grebe, yes. Keith Combs, one of his Elite Series victories here in Texas.
I saw something in Combs' boat on this lake once. We were taping, and it was right at Memorial Day, and we went out one evening, and we were headed out, not too far from where he's at right now, and he said he had a school that he thought there was hundreds of 7 to 10 pound fish. And we went there, and the sun was setting. We probably only caught 1 or 2 3-pounders. And it was on one of these kind of secondary areas, more of a 10 to 15 feet of water gig, not the traditional offshore, not 20 to 30 feet. And we were fishing along. It wasn't happening real good. Sun was setting, and I am not kidding. Hundreds started breaking the surface.
Oh my gosh. Usually Livesey hooked up, I think.
Chris Zaldain is 7 1/4.
Wow.
Chris Zaldain did a lot of fishing with Livesey, I saw before our cutoff here.
Yeah, Chris now lives just on the other side of Dallas, Fort Worth. And Lee, of course, lives right here.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Got 0 on the scales.
0?
Yes, sir.
His lips might be too little to fit on it.
I got 1 pound 6 ounces.
Agree.
1-6, so Lee Livesey, that's going into his virtual live well. There is no actual live well here. That's his official weight, and that one's swimming in the lake again. Here's Harvey Horn, a little bonus coverage for you right here. And
yes.
Harvey, tell us about your previous experience here on Lake Fork and how it's measuring up this time around.
You know, I've been coming 1999, like absolutely. So I've already lost one. Have a hand on. So one could equal up to
well, we're having
what
a
I've
little
got
trouble
right
with
now as far as
Harvey's signal here, so.
Can you hear me?
We'll watch for a bit, Harvey. We're having trouble hearing you, but catch one for us. That speaks volumes.
You're breaking up. I think he said in the blog came in that he lost a 4-pounder at the boat, but he does have 2 in the boat.
One of those anglers looking at last night's, a lot of the anglers that were guessing the weights to win this. Harvey, you shot pretty high on what your estimation that it would take to win here this week.
Come on.
We'll watch Harvey a while, and maybe we'll catch up with him again. We get the better signal from our bonus coverage there. That's an ardent marshal with a phone. That's who we rely on for some
Super Marshal.
Super Marshal.
He's had a couple Super Marshals the entire season.
That's right.
So you were saying he predicted 127 pounds, 12 ounces to win, just under Keith Combs' 128, who was the highest.
Harvey did?
Yeah, Harvey did.
Yeah. What was interesting, there was basically a 50-pound gap in guesses from below to high. That's like somewhere near 82-ish.
82 is Brett Pruitt.
That's a 50-pound gap.
I don't understand that completely.
Not 15.
No, 50.
40.
Well, it's 4 days.
40, almost 50, yeah.
Almost 50. Livesey, one of the anglers that said he really needed to survive the first 2 days of this event because he felt the fishing was going to get exponentially better after these storms clear through here and this lake stabilizes.
Interesting. Well, they have had some rain here, haven't they? Look at neck-deep grass. It's like the savannah. They're in front of Brett Pruitt. Too wet to mow, I guess.
And unlike us, where we get the rain and then Lake Hartwell gets it the next day, they get the rain and we get it in the afternoon, only being just a few hours away. So all the storms that pass through there will hit us just a couple hours later.
Another thing with Livesey that he said there is no way that this tournament can be won offshore this time around.
Wow.
So there's just way too many big ones shallow.
Straggling shallow. So we got all 3 stages.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still happening. Okay.
Absolutely.
Point looks like a do-nothing point, but underneath it's solid rock. And when I was throwing that swim bait a few casts ago, every time I'd bring it up to the surface, I'd see 6 or 7 big gizzard shad. What was that? I've got 1 fish for a pound 12, and I'm gonna need to definitely put, just to stay up there in the top 20, I'm gonna need at least 21 or 22 pounds today just to maintain, and to have a real good day, I need 26 or 27. It's early, lots of time left, lots of spots. We'll come up on them and catch them. It's just a timing thing. I can run back to just a spot we left in 1 hour and catch 1 or 2 5 or 6 pounders off of it. That's how it's been in practice, just getting bit, So I'm not concerned at all. I got lots of time, lots of spots, and we'll just milk run them in a big figure 8 circle and see what happens.
Frank, as we mentioned, from Southern California, makes his home in Temple, Texas now, between Waco and Austin. So he spent some time in the area.
I did not know he was a SoCal guy.
I'll have to come back later.
Diamond Bar High School. Graduated from Diamond Bar High School. A lot of big-time pro athletes graduated from Diamond Bar. That's right, L.A., East L.A.
And we talked about it at Lanier
when they moved from Los Angeles, his dad moved to Lake Lanier, so he grew up on Lake Lanier before he grew up and moved to Texas. So it was kind of a coming home for him because that's where his father lived when he, had passed away. That was the last place he had lived, was Lanier.
Really good article from Don Barone on him that went up yesterday. Really good.
You're going to get bit in the first or second cast, and then, you can follow it up with another fish or two. But if they're on here and actively ready to feed, then it's pretty quick. You don't have to sit there and talk them into much, but you do have to have the right bait. That's why I go through a sequence of, top water, swim bait, and then something on the bottom like a Carolina rig fluke.
Chris Zaldane unofficially in the league. You think he's happy being on a lake where you could throw swim bait all
yeah,
week
I think so.
long?
He just caught a 3. He's up to 15 pounds.
Guaranteed he has a swim bait locked in his hand for the majority of the next 4 days.
Oh, absolutely. We're with you for all of it, all the next 4 days coming your way. Remember, we are we're off on Saturday. Got a lot of great fan interaction going on site on Saturday. You should get down there if you got a chance. If you're
we got a concert going on there. I heard
concert,
country western,
everything. Yeah, both
country
kinds.
western,
both kinds of music, country and western. Be some good stuff.
That's your deal, isn't it, Zoe?
Yeah, that is my deal.
Chris Knight. It's only Chris Knight, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Unique sort of country artist. A lot of Johnny Cash in that and so forth. So it's good stuff. There's the dam. that'll be there on Saturday as well. So you can check that out.
Very well done. Chris Zaldane unofficially in the lead. And here's the amazing thing about this lake that we're on. Chris Zaldane was not in the top 10 15 minutes ago, and now he's unofficially leading.
It's going to be popping all day long. We guarantee that. We're going to take ourselves a little short break right here.
There's the dam.
There's the dam right there. We'll be right back on Bassmaster.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Yeah, you care about gear ratios, inches per turn, and ball bearings. But most importantly, you want reliability and dependability in the equipment you use. And at Lew's, it is a requirement. Regardless of the price that fits your fishing style, Lew's doesn't cut corners when it comes to the gear they build. The new for 2019 Lew's Speed Spool is evidence of that. Hey guys, pro angler Jason Christie. When I'm out competing, I want something that won't let me down. There's a lot of things that are important in a reel, but the most important to me is reliability and durability, and you're going to find that in the new Speed Spool LFS. The new Speed Spool LFS is loaded with all kinds of features. First of all, one-piece aluminum frame. That right there alone is going to set it apart from other $99 reels. Secondly, solid brass speed gears. Just like the Super Duty, that $99 reel is going to last for a long time. When you're cranking in that big fish, this reel is going to be solid and smooth, and all of that is thanks to the new P2 Super Pinion gear. This oversized gear is going to allow for smooth operation, cast after cast. This magnetic control system, which is externally adjustable, will allow a seasoned pro or a first-timer to be able to pick up the reel off the deck and cast with ease. You can find all these features and more in the new Speed Spool LFS at only $99. The team at Lew's is adamant on delivering quality, dependable gear at a price that fits your lifestyle. Whether you are a weekend angler or tournament pro, the new for 2019 upgraded Speed Spool LFS is the best $99 reel in the market. Go see for yourself.
By TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus great premiums, including a 4-lure starter kit. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
We are live here at Bassmaster Live, ladies and gentlemen, from Lake Fork for the very first time. Take a look at our leaderboard right there. Those are official weights right now, and Chris Zaldain having just landed a giant and added to that. On top of that leaderboard right now with 15 pounds and 4 ounces. Jamie Hartman sneaking up there too ahead of Corey Johnston. He's been up there for a while. Hunter Shryock, Patrick Walters, and all the rest. Man, it is constantly changing. It's going to be exciting all day long. Been pretty exciting already for one Chris Zaldain.
Yes.
Another California angler, as we were speaking of, who makes his home now in the state of Texas.
Here
Chris,
we go.
Could you do us a favor, Chris? We just saw a still of that big one. We need you to catch one live now that we have you on camera.
Here we go.
We saw it.
Show us a
I'll try,
little bit
Tommy.
more.
I got four. Yeah, I got 4 on the scorecard. The only one that matters really is a 7-pounder I caught. And it's typical May, Texas, fishing shallow. It's cloudy. This bite should extend for the next hour and a half or so. The sun's trying to pop out, but I'm kind of just covering a lot of water. Matter of fact, the spot I'm on, every time I cast my swim bait out there, I'm getting schools of shad following my swim bait back to the boat. And just real quick shot. This is a Trocar swim blade, 7/0 hook, and it's got a little blade on it, and that it looks like a shad down there. So there's no secret. It's a shad spawn deal, and I'm making the same cast on each and every point. And as long as I keep seeing these schools of shad following my swim bait back to the boat, I'm going to stay on the spot. Once I start seeing the shad leave, then I'm going to move to the next one.
Chris, we made a comment. This is the kind of tournament where you could lock a swim bait in your hand all week long. Is that the game plan?
I mean, look at my deck. I mean, show them. We got swim baits, big baits.
Oh,
I mean, I'm not throwing anything smaller than 6-7 inch swim bait. And Lake Fork has got so many healthy 6, 7, and 8 pounders right now, but the windows of opportunity to catch those fish are so small. You got to get them when they're feeding. There's so much pressure on this lake that you got to fool them when they're in the mood to bite. It's really hard to get them to bite when you just swim a swim bait by and they're not in the mood to feed. So that's the game plan for today. We have a wind direction change. It's been blowing from the south the last 3 days of practice. Now there's a little bit of a north wind. So the only points I'm fishing are the points I found that are facing the north, so that the wind's blowing right on them and mixing up those bait fish.
Chris, you are the puppet master of swim bait fishing. How do you pick your selection of swim baits on this lake versus other lakes we go to?
Yeah, no doubt. Bigger the better. Bigger the better. This one happens to be, this is a 6-inch mag draft. It's the one I threw at the Classic, but this is a new one. It doesn't have the internal harness in it. It's just a blank. It's a swim bait blank. It's called a mag draft freestyle. And paired up with that 7/0 Trocar swim blade hook, it's just, there's a lot of clay and a lot of standing timber and brush down here. So it's got to be completely weedless. 7/0 hook, when that fish eats it, boom. Trocar hook exposed, fish comes to the boat.
Chris, you talked about that small window when you can hook up with these big gizzard shad here. Do you have an infinite number of places to do this? Very few, just very specific places where you see this happen.
Very, very specific. I've got about 8 points throughout the lake. It's a fairly small lake. I got about 8 points, but again, factoring in the wind, a north wind, I only want to fish the north-facing point. So those 8 spots get diminished down to maybe 3, maybe 4 spots. So I'll be rotating through the next hour and a half, 2 hours, just those spots that are facing the wind. All those 4 or 5 other spots I have that are facing south, we'll skip over those.
In a day, how many bites throughout practice throwing a swim bait are you getting?
4 to 5. But that's practicing around and fishing different stuff. So you take that number, 4 to 5 big swim bait bites a day, and then you fish the juice all day long, and you could have a limit of 7 pounders real easy here.
Did you see that in practice?
I did. I had a good practice. It seems like every bite I had was 6 to 8 pounds, and that's a mix of post spawn and pre spawn.
Chris, we have storms popping for the past week, it seems like, down there. It's supposed to clear out. It's supposed to be really stable, especially the last 2 days. Does that play in your favor?
Yep. It does not this particular pattern. This bite is probably going to go away. Like the sun's trying to pop out now. That shad spawn, they really rely on that low light, clouds. So later on in the week, hopefully we make it there. But later on in the week, we'll just have to chase wind. That's about it. The only thing we can do is chase wind and throw that big swim bait across these points.
You looking at a target weight for making the cut to Sunday's competition?
Yeah, Lake Fork is full of big fish, but it is kind of tough right now. I talked about those bite windows. You have to catch them during those. So if you get off just a little bit on your timing, Lee Livesey, he's 200 yards down the bank, he's leaving. But he's running and gunning points. And again, if you get off on your timing just a little bit, then you may not come in with 5 bass. So I couldn't even tell you, Tommy, what it would take to make it to Sunday. I'm just going to huck the swim bait all day long and just hope for 5 good bites.
You got to fish here with Lee Livesey. You got to fish with Lee Livesey here before our cutoff. What did you learn from him?
Yes. Dude, I learned a lot, and yesterday at the meeting I had to thank him because he showed me the light. I mean, he showed me what to look for, and that's completely legal within our rules. We can fish with each other, other Elite Series anglers. Lee's a good dude, and he's also a big bait guy, so we kind of clicked. But he showed me. We'll talk about it later this week. Hopefully, I'm in the top 10 with him. But we'll talk about exactly what I'm looking for. It's so specific, it's not even funny. But yeah, I learned a lot. Like that cast right there, I just had 4 or 5 shad follow my swim bait in. Again, I'm going to keep casting until I stop seeing those shad.
He would not tell us what the light was. He would not tell us what the light was.
We're going to find out, though. He's going to be fishing on Sunday and Monday, so that'll work. Chris, thank you so much. We'll watch you, let you fish on here. Great stuff as always.
He is the puppet master. He is.
Thanks, Tommy. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, you bet. The puppet master.
That's what he likes being called. He told me
is that right?
Absolutely.
I'll be darned.
Kill it, bro. Kill it. Yep.
Good stuff. Good stuff. From
Always,
Chris
always brings it.
Something
Always
I did
brings
not think I'd see is Patrick Walters with a spinning rod already.
Wow.
Boy, at break, Hunter Shryock put a 6.3 across the board. He's 2 fish at 11.5 pounds. He's fourth place.
When you saw him on the leaderboard and it has
this is a
11, you think
clothing
it's
company,
multiple, and it was
and
2.
They give me clothes and stuff. I met them, the owners, through my stepdad's worked for him for like 40 years. All right, we're gonna make just a real short move on the other side of the bridge over there.
Steve Kennedy with a 5-pound, 6-ounce fish.
Kind of had a vibe that some of your sight fishermen, guys like Hunter Shryock, with a lot of late spawners, were gonna rise up today. It's how they can back that up after today. Chris Gross said that he'd fish the shad spawn really the first hour, and then he would swim jig the rest of the day.
Chris Gross still looking for his first keeper to register.
My guy John Ballas on Twitter early this morning from the stock exchange sending us video this time instead of photos of him watching Bass Live as the opening bell rings.
The guy at the Chicago Board of Trade, that guy?
Yes.
All right.
This week his name is JB Largemouth instead of JB Walleye. That's his running joke we have.
Craig Lamb just sent in a blog from photographer Andy Crawford, who's on Hunter Shryock and is 6'3". Shryock said the water clear is getting worse in a good way. The fish are getting dumber.
Bumped it.
Well, you could tell guys like Chris Grow, water's got a lot of color. A lot of color.
What is going on? Dude.
Chris, sort of a story
Fun
like
times.
Jamie Hartman. Worked hard for a lot of years and said, look, I can't miss my chance. Yeah, tile layer, yeah.
Huge
knee-busting work there.
Huge Chicago Bears fan.
Is he really?
Absolutely huge.
He said, hey, look, goodbye to all that. I'm going fishing professionally.
Come here.
Tyler Carrier, the second one with a limit. Filled it out with a 3-pounder. He's only got about 11 total, though, in 5th place.
That's the juice that side. I'm just waiting to turn around. This is kind of junk. I mean, my baits run like junk.
Patrick Walters hooked up with a small one.
Where's your board at? This sucker ate it. Oh yeah, 15.
Okay, it's zeroed.
Zeroed?
£2 even. 2-0.
2-0? Yep, okay.
2-0.
Just got word from the water that, well, I'll hold off on that real quick.
Okay.
Patrick Walters, number 3 for Patrick Walters. Yes. We talked about Jamie Hartman just a minute ago, sort of a similar story to, he's telling it like it is right now. We're picking it up in progress. Let's listen. Hey, Jamie, tell us what the game plan is coming in here. We're not hearing it. Okay. We're going to watch him for a while. I'm sure he is laying it down. We just can't hear it. We'll try to fix that for you. And Jamie, like Chris Groh, one of these guys who finally in his 40s said, come on, I'm leaving it all. I'm going fishing.
I'm all in.
Lives right down the road from the studio here.
That's right. Lives on Lake Dardanelle. 4 fish in the boat.
Looks like he's got some
little
top
schooling
water
stuff going on right here for Jamie Hartman. Ron, what did you have that you?
Seth Fighter not on Bass Track yet. 2 big ones back to back.
Wow.
I got that from a friend who's on the water.
What's big ones?
Enough to make him holler.
He was very, very worried about this tournament.
Really?
Yes.
Why would that be?
Oh, he said, I don't have experience there. And he goes, he said, these huge weight events, they worry me. He said, you know, like, you don't know, do you need 18 pounds a day, 20 pounds a day? And just not having the experience here and knowing the history of what guys like Keith Combs can catch here, he said, man, I'm just terrified of those big weight events.
Unless they're on Mille Lacs.
Correct.
Yeah.
John Cruz back-to-back 3.5, 4-2. Up to 7th place with 3 fish.
Really look at guys like Seth Fighter, the Johnston brothers talked about it. Well, if they hold serve here, Fort Gibson, Guntersville, they're going to be a handful. And really another one to put in there, Zaldane. When we get north, well, that group of guys will really have an upper hand.
Hey, Jamie Hartman, can you hear me?
No.
Oh, okay.
Shut down. Locked up tighter than a drum.
Saw the thumbs up. I thought maybe something was happening.
What would have been the over and under on Keith Combs having 0 up till now? Right?
I tell you what, I don't know.
You know, if you talk to a lot of the folks here, if you talk to hooked up. You talk to Combs, you talk to guys like Lee Livesey, James Caldemeyer. They'll tell you when this lake swells like this, that deeper bite, that cranking bite, really gets affected. A lot of fish suspend out there. It's amazing to me to already see combs throwing at the bank.
And you think that's current related?
If you're just tuning in on Bassmaster Live, that is the one odd thing about this lake, that when they pull water, everywhere we go, when they pull water, when it's post-spawn, it's on. It gets those fish feeding, it gets them positioned, it groups them up. It does the polar opposite on this lake.
Right down on it.
And it may be, as you say, because it just rarely happens.
They're just not used to it.
Yeah, they did.
I'll never forget the first time Combs said that to me. We were fishing out there together. He's see Chris Grove.
Oh, Chris Grove
locked up.
That'd be a good one.
Baby.
And the other thing that you hear about this lake is when they stop the water, it's almost immediate that they position and start feeding again. Truly the exact opposite from every single place we go to.
0. We're good. We're good. At 1 pound, 11 ounces, 111.
Chris Grove, Midwest angler. Looks like another Midwest angler a little bit. Spence Petros, remember him?
Spence Petros.
I'm not scared to go there.
The outdoor editor for
my
the
guy.
in Chicago. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Spence Petros. Huh? That's going way back there.
I'll do it. I saw him actually a couple months ago.
No kidding.
One of my heroes, absolutely.
Actually, yeah.
Absolutely one of my heroes.
Big time angler.
Ronnie wouldn't know.
We don't need any more like that.
No.
We don't need any
John
more like
Hussar.
that.
Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Spence Petros, John Hussar.
Joe Bucher.
Joe Bucher. Now they see that, I don't.
See?
Yeah.
See that sheet Grow just signed? That's like the official sheet. They put it on Bass Track, but it's not official till it gets in Trip Weldon's hands. I think that.
Okay. The scorecard.
Yeah.
It's the scorecard.
Waterproof. John Cruz with a 3.5 pounder.
It's too hot, man. Can't do this.
It's up to 4th place.
Lose it. Is it supposed to rain again or no? Oh. I'm trying. Probably shouldn't even started on shad spawn. It just looked bad out there. Go with your spidey sense, I guess.
Bushes or something will be better.
What's more shocking to you, Lee Livesey with 1 or Keith Combs with 0?
Both.
Equally bad.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Here we go. Back with Jamie Hartman, I believe.
Yeah.
At least it looked like. Yep.
Now here's the deal. Oh, he's weighing it and filming. Look at that.
Is he holding it in his mouth? That's how he's holding his iPhone?
Micah Fraser's first fish is a good one, a 5 1/4.
Micah Fraser having a good year.
So he does. So that was his 6th fish, then I guess. Okay. So I just wanted to check. Awesome. Thanks, Gary. I want to make sure we didn't have a misinter. So what did you catch in back-to-back casts?
Well, you could watch Livesey's mannerisms. He's very surprised.
Too good of stuff. Too many big ones out there.
I'm sorry, but it just looks froggy.
So how about this, guys? I just wanted to confirm this with the Marshall. I know how service can be, how Bass Track can be at times. Corey Johnston caught 2 4-1s, the exact same weight, 4-1 and 4-1 within one cast of each other.
Wow.
That is his third 4-1 of the morning. He's obviously leading 5 fish for 17-13. He's got 2 2-13s and 3 4-1s. I think that's a full house.
It's a full house.
Yeah, there you go.
Wins.
Exactly right. It's your guy. You
Yeah,
Mike
sure.
McInnes.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Big
right.
happy birthday to our guy Mike McInnes today.
Yeah,
too.
that's right.
Friend.
And happy birthday,
Big
Mike.
day.
Today's the day.
Celebration, Texas Fest.
Yeah,
Texas Fest.
We're gonna sing that
No, we're not.
TGI Friday's
No.
birthday song for him a little bit later in the studio. I invite everyone to watch.
Why? Appetizer Tower. Appetizer Tower.
Fork. You don't need 18 pounds. Man, that's something that's over my head right there. Yeah, I don't look at moon. I don't look at the very seldom even look at the weather. I mean, I just but yes, I mean, all that stuff affects it, but what can I do about it, you know?
Be a good tournament fish. Oh yeah, not even close. Yeah, I was just straightening that ring out.
All right, got 0 on the scales. I got 1 pound, 12 ounces.
112. 8 pounds.
If you hear Livesey say that, a good tournament fish, that means it's probably under the 16-inch slot limit, and you'd be able to keep it normally 14 to 16.
All right, we're leaving. Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go. Throwing bite for Chris Thrill.
It's a rat. Rat.
Well, you could tell, listening to the combs, his wheels are turning. Big
Yeah,
time.
he's really not
There's-
wanting to have a conversation. with
Well, not
anyone.
only that, I could tell you he does not want to be throwing anywhere near the bank. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
That is not where his damage is done on this, or any lake in Texas for that matter. And I heard him make the comment 10 minutes ago, there's just too many offshore for him to, I give this about 10 minutes.
He's just trying to break the ice here, I guess. Huh? You see all the timber here. This just less than a 40-year-old lake here. There's a lot of timber here.
And I didn't get to talk about it too much. I see him fishing next to Frank Talley right there.
90 minutes into the day, 20 fish over 4 pounds have been caught. 11 4-pounders, 6 5-pounders, 2 6-pounders, and a 7-pounder so far.
Nothing over 8.
Nothing over 8. 7-4 is still big bass. Chris Zaldane, he won a Tundra in the last TTBC in 2016 at Ray Roberts. He had big bass and won a Tundra. Still giving away a Tundra for big bass this week as well.
The Phoenix boats, big bass in the tournament.
$50,000 prize or a brand new tow rig.
Spot right there, Thomas.
Oh, is it? Well, dang. We should go there. Corey Johnston on top with the full house, as we mentioned before. It is 3 fish of the same weight and 2 fish of another exact same weight. So there we go. Chris
Hunter
Zaldane
Shryock sitting in 5th place. There's 2 bass.
Yeah,
that is
man.
2 bass to his credit.
Lot of headroom for Hunter Shryock and plenty more out here. We'll take a break. We'll come back on Bassmaster
Live.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Hunter Shryock. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Phoenix Boat 618 Pro XP with a Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $48,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Mother Nature is my playground. And when I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out. Guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New advanced mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Oh, Texas bass fishing, so great, and this is perhaps the jewel of all the Texas bass fishing reservoirs, especially for its size. Lake Fork, we got a big weigh-in coming for you today. Every angler catches one over 24, gets an over. He's going to bring it to the weigh-in. Everything else is weighed and released right on the water, as is the tradition in this tournament going back a long, long time.
Absolutely, and I'd love to get some sound from Dave Mercer and Davey Height about how happy this field must be to see Keith Combs and Lee Livesey struggling this morning.
All right, well, ask and you shall receive. I'm sure these guys will respond to that question. How happy is that field, guys, that Lee Livesey and Keith Combs are going a little slow so far today?
You're on Lake Fork. I mean, Davey, you saw the guys at takeoff this morning. It's even, if you really want to know how special this body of water is, just talk to the guys that aren't on them. Like you see posts on social media, people will be like, not having a good pre-fish, but I got this one, and it's a 9 or a 10. It's Lake Fork. You fished here. What does it feel like when you go to fish on a truly legendary fishery?
Oh, well, you just know you better catch them. And even though the fish are scattered, there's a lot of fish shallow. There's still a lot of fish that are spawning. But you know you better catch them, whether they're offshore or shallow. You just better catch them. And when you're at a tough fishery and you're having a tough practice, you think, oh, well, it's going to be tough on everyone. But around these fishermen, the Bassmaster elite fishermen, if you're not catching them and you're at Lake Fork, you just know that it's not going to be good, and you better figure them out. But the one good thing is, because these fish are so spread out, even a Lee Livesey, and I talked to him this morning, he was honest with me. He said, I may only get 4 or 5 bites today, and he's right on track for that so far, unfortunately.
If we were to move this tournament just a few weeks, do you feel it would play more into the locals' hands? I mean, I know those guys want those fish offshore, and I'm sure we're going to see that, but they've been very open and said they're not quite set up like they have been in the past. There's a lot more shallow fish this time around.
Yeah, it should have been the perfect timing. The folks with Texas Parks and Wildlife, they know when it's best to be here at Lake Fork, and it should have been perfect timing, but we've just had these rains, lots and lots of rain, lots of water, and it's kept these fish shallow.
And one of the things that affects this lake when you get a bunch of water is, come on over here, we are at the dam. And you see the power of that water, and having a lot of bodies of water, Davey, I mean, people want that dam. I know a guy who won a tournament once. As soon as the dam started opening, it's normally a good thing. But on Lake Fork, the belief is when the dam's open, it's going to be a little tougher. And the reason is it's just not open that often.
It's not. It's really surprising to me because when I've been here in the past, these gates were not open and the fishing was good. And you just assume more current, the fishing would be better. And talking with folks from here, Bill and Dave and some other people, it changes things. And change is what is hard to get used to and really figure out what these fish do when the water's moving. Talking to Lee Livesey, he said, man, they just don't bite. And I know it doesn't make any sense, but they're hard to catch, and he guides here. But when you don't have this very often, now this year they've been open quite a bit, but when you don't have these conditions very often, it makes it tougher. The lakes that like the Tennessee River, Kentucky Lake, Guntersville, those places, those fish are literally on a schedule. They know it's dinner time when they generate, and it happens daily. Where here it doesn't happen very often. I think it changes fish. One good quote from Bill a while ago: "We've never had a fish kill from fish starving to death here at Lake Fork." So they're biting, and that's what's going to make this tournament so interesting. Yeah, I'd love to watch Keith Combs and a lot of, no, I hate to just keep saying Keith because there's a lot of fishermen with a lot of experience here in this tournament. But this is going to be more interesting than I think it would be if all those fish were out there offshore on specific spots. I think there's a great chance it could be one shallow, a swim jig up around shallow vegetation. The lake came up quite a bit last night and this morning. Or it could be one out in 30, 35 feet deep. Got some of the best deep water fishermen in the world. A David Fritz, a Keith Combs that said, I committed my whole practice, only found 2 or 3 spots. And they're scrambling this morning looking for another spot or 2.
Well, something Combs was very open about all week long in a lot of media he did is said he's not pre-fishing for today. You know, I listened to an interview he did on Bass Talk Live while he was pre-fishing, and he said the guy who's going to win this tournament, in his opinion, is not on those fish right now. He's trying to, step ahead of those fish and where they're going to be. You got to feel that that's going to help a guy like him with that knowledge, just being able to adapt quicker.
Absolutely, and that's what I love about Bass Live, watching 4 days and seeing how the best in the business adjusts each and every day. Last night, I got thrown a curveball with all that rain we had and the lake coming up this morning, and seeing how these guys adjust. And here's the big thing. This time of year, 1 or 2 days can make all the difference in the world on how many fish move offshore. With that bait moving offshore and those white bass moving offshore, it could be literally a different leading pattern every single day, but you've got to be able to make it to that final day to have a chance.
I'm going to tell you one thing that I've learned from covering events here. No matter what's going on, whether the dam's open, it's closed, whether it's raining, whether the sun's shining, it's Lake Fork. I mean, we started to call this the home run derby of professional bass fishing, and you're going to see that this week. You're going to see key times where that lights up and guys just start catching. But the difference is, on this body of water, you don't just start catching 3-pounders or 4-pounders. You can get right in a hurry here.
It absolutely is, and the job that the folks at Texas Park and Wildlife do all over the state, but especially here at Lake Fork, and the double-digit fish, the 12 and 13-pound fish that they know have been in the Share Lunker program through these years is absolutely incredible. Look forward to this week on Live talking to Dave Terry and those folks about what they do. And I, for one, wish a lot more states throughout this country, my home state of South Carolina, would pay attention to the great job they do here, no doubt. This is Lake Fork, and we'll see lots of big fish caught. All the complaining about, the lake came up, the lake got dirty, we'll see that that's not going to be the case at weigh-in.
Texas Parks and Wildlife truly is the gold standard when it comes to taking care of a resource and making a resource better. So many programs, the Toyota Share Lunker, and some of you might be wondering how we got here. Well, basically the whole concept of this event, Dan Friedkin, Texas Parks and Wildlife Commissioner, and also from Gulf States Toyota, fished with Donato Ramos, and they wanted to have an event that just would celebrate Texas and Lake Fork. And because of the 16 to 24 inch slot limit, it was impossible to do that. There's no professional tournaments here. That's why they came up 13 years ago with the catch, weigh, and release. So you're not going to see a lot of fish cross the stage here this week. You're just going to see giant Texas fish. Your fish has to be ready for this. 24 inches to bring it across the stage. I mean, when you say that to me, it almost sounds ridiculous.
It really does, but not here. And I think all of these anglers know that you better have one to bring across the stage if you're going to be in contention come the final day, because you need to catch an over every single day, multiple overs, no doubt about it. I mean, I still can't get over talking to Lee Livesey and Keith Combs, because they know so much about this fishery, and hearing them talk about how many fish over 24 inches they've caught in practice, and they say, well, it's not good. It's not good. I got one spot where I caught an 8, made another cast, caught a 9, and then I left. But it's just not as good as it would be if we were here another week or two. So, I mean, just absolutely incredible.
An 8 or a 9. You look at the weights, and Combs figured to be 129 pounds to win this event. And when you hear that, it sounds ridiculous. It's like golf score or bowling scores. Yeah. But remember, he won this event in 2014 with 110 pounds for 3 days. That's 15 fish. We're adding 5 fish to it. Davey, what do you think the winning weight's going to be?
It's over 100 pounds, definitely. The 120, 110, I really think it'll happen. And it might not seem like that watching the fishermen right now. It's been a little difficult in practice because the fish are scattered so much. There again, it's been difficult. Just caught a few 8 and 9 pounders in 2.5 days. But that rain last night and the wind direction changing makes a big difference. I talk about wind a lot because I think it's a big key. Anywhere you go, Lee Livesey couldn't stop talking about this morning. The wind direction changing, the points that they were on yesterday will not be the same points. I'll fish new water. You've got to be that versatile and willing to change and adapt. But before the day ends, there will be several guys. It would not surprise me to see a 30-pound bag today on what should be the toughest day. Definitely some upper 20-pound bags weighed in, which is biggest 5 fish. That's absolutely incredible. Anywhere, even at Lake Fork, you catch a 30-pound bag of 5 fish. That's incredible.
And one guy we're not talking about that's kind of flying under the radar and should not be, and I think one of the reasons he's flying under the radar is just because of his own success coming out of April with a second place finish and a win. Stetson Blaylock. When Combs weighed 110 pounds, all the tournament fishermen in the world, I know nobody likes to lose tournaments. I lost so many tournaments, I became a tournament MC. But this is the worst way to lose a tournament. 102 pounds. He weighed in 102 pounds and finished second. He's going to be a scary guy to deal with here this week. Said right on the stage at our last event at Winya, Lake Fork is my favorite lake in the country.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I knew he finished second to Combs, but I didn't realize he's got it here for several years, and he truly loves it. I mean, anybody that likes to catch big bass loves Lake Fork and loves to come to Texas. But he had his game face on this morning. I tried to joke around with him. Have you spent that money yet? That $100,000 that you won just a few weeks ago? He's like, no. He didn't even want to talk about it. He had his game face on, and you better keep your eye on Stetson Blaylock here this week, no doubt about it.
Who are they? Is there anybody that you look at obviously Lee and Combs are getting a lot of the pop. Everybody talking about them. I mean, how can they not? But who's the low-hanging fruit? Not to use a bad term, but somebody who's flying under the radar.
Maybe not totally under the radar because we all know what a great fisherman he is, but Chris Zaldane. He maybe had a swim bait on his deck bigger than Lee Livesey, and that's saying something because Lee Livesey, I'm looking at this gizzard shad swim bait, and then I noticed the rod is an offshore fishing rod, and I said, wow, that's a big bait, even for someone that loves to throw big baits. He said, yeah, it's 11 ounces. An 11-ounce swim bait. That's like throwing a wet tennis shoe all day long for 4 or 5 bites. But great risk, great reward, hopefully for him. But I guess other than Zaldane, watch out for a guy that just love, a Bill Lowen, guys that love to throw a swim jig, because I think there's still a lot of fish shallow, a lot of big fish shallow. Whenever you have those threadfin shad spawning shallow, there's always going to be some big fish shallow with that shad going on. With that shad spawn going on, there's always going to be some bigger fish still shallow.
There's always big fish, always here at Lake Fork. And speaking of Lake Fork, one of the most historic spots in Lake Fork, the Minnow Bucket. I just left there a few minutes ago watching Bassmaster live, watching you guys here today. Pretty cool. I want to thank the Minnow Bucket for supporting this great event, and back to the studio with you guys.
Thank you, Dave and Davey.
Great
stuff. Excellent stuff. And still, you wonder at the end of it all, I mean, is it going to be one shallow, one deep? Chris Zaldane sort of indicated that maybe it's going to be tougher to do what he's doing the last 2 days of this tournament.
I think it's awesome that, they nailed that right there from right at the dam, showing really the Achilles heel right now of the conditions is that water.
So far, guys, got 3 1-pounders. That's why we come to Lake Fork. Had a lot of rain, different wind, lake's up about 10 inches, and a new wind direction. We're just kind of poking around right now. Everybody go get shallow, get in the grass. In there and just survive, and then come back out here. Come back out here on the main lake this afternoon if we can get 5 decent ones and pick that big bait back up and go to work.
Don't know if we saw this. You might have caught a little bit of it moments ago. This is Lee Livesey.
There are.
Small 14-inch keeper right there.
I think that one's 14. Let me check.
And one of those 3 1-pounders he was talking about. But when you think of Lee Livesey in the terms of 2019,
that's where we met him.
This is where we met him at the St. Johns River. This still stands as the official landing of the year.
Replay of the year.
Replay of the
year,
year. Absolutely.
You're right.
You're right. Now watch this.
Slow morning for Lee Livesey so far, but he said he's going to go shallow for a little bit and go up there and keep him honest. But you can tell that he wants that slightly more offshore bite to transpire today. Go ahead, Sue.
This was one of just the coolest 3 minutes of uncertainty we've had of just what is he about to go try to do.
Holy, you got to get it, baby.
I had an article with him asking him if he's ever done anything like that, and he said, yeah, kind of something close to that.
I wonder what that would be.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is pretty well MacGyvered here. He figures it out finally, the physics of this, how that's going to work.
He's a full-service guide on fork. There was a photo of him I ran in the story where one of his clients, big fish was hooked up and he swam underwater and got it free.
Yes.
I saw that picture, yeah.
I just can't, even though we've watched that 100 times.
Legal, I use my own rod to get my line.
That bass was like out of central casting.
Literally.
Unbelievable. So giant. So many giants on the St. John's River.
Yes.
Of course, we hit it on the absolute week at the St.
Over
John's.
the dock, back under the dock.
That wasn't even, we had like 4 that week over the dock or over a cable or over a thing.
Just like sitting there like baby Zackers.
He said he had seen an 11-pounder in those reeds, and he
First call of the day.
wondered what he
dock,
might have done if
under the
that
dock.
one would have been
You don't
hooked.
see that on bass.
Bass was just being philosophical about it.
That happened.
Not going to hate the
Longest
game.
cast I could make, too.
No. Going along with it right there, Lee Livesey. And Lee Livesey, we're way behind schedule today. You would think we're in the second quarter of our coverage, if you will. Keith Combs struggling as well.
That's all I'm good for is a dock rerun.
Coming to Lee Livesey and Brett Pruitt, both of those guys graduated from the same school, Louisiana Monroe, about 4.5, 5 hours down I-20 from here.
Did not take Combs long to get back out offshore.
No, you're right.
I think he
gave him 3 more casts, and yeah.
Talk about Shryock up in the top 10 with 2 fish. Micah Fraser's got 3. He's up to 14.5 plus.
You'll catch a big one on it every now and then. Those big ones in there eating big shad. I don't know how that line broke. Brand new 20.
Let's do it.
Right now I'm throwing a 2.5 square bill. I've been throwing a big saltwater super spook and a big 316 Rising Sun swim bait. But that's not happening yet. Got a few on a Carolina rig. I'm about to go get up in the grass and throw a Finch Nasty U-jig the rest of the day in the dirty water. I think I got my line. I just broke off. Had it. You're fine. Rig my Carolina rig back up, throw it in.
And Lee Livesey there, third in our race for Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year.
Z, they're only 2 hours in, but if you're Keith Combs, when do you start thinking about it, sweating it?
No.
Man, we ain't doing very good. We have cycled through all my stuff that I really thought I could bust them on, and ain't called crap. So, but you know, it's gonna happen fast. I just pulled up on this place right here. I hooked a big and lost him. I hooked and he came off immediately. It was a big fish, and then I had another one just thump my square bill. But not seeing much bait. We had that big storm come in last night, and it seems like it's really impacted the shad spawn. So I don't know what to think of it. You know, I caught my best fish around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. Every day that I caught them in a school, that was about the time. So it's 9:30. We're going to cycle back through the same stuff and hit a few little quick places that I think I can just catch a single on. But definitely not going very well.
Keith Combs obviously waiting for it to get right. I don't sense that he's in any way given up the day so far, but let's take you back to 2014, the Toyota Texas Bass Classic.
Exactly right. That's actually what we were talking about earlier today, where he made the comment, it can happen fast. Some of these areas, exactly what I got to see fishing with Keith Combs. And the difference in this event right now compared to that event, we were just later in the year. We were later in the year, the schools were grouped up, and they were not schools of a couple dozen bass. They were schools of hundreds of giants for Keith Combs, and that's really the problem this time around. We're just early. We are just early compared to when he's won here in the past.
Yeah, early and in between, but 110 pounds over 3 days, folks. That's 3 days of fishing on Lake Fork.
I'll never forget the statement he made to me when I got there and we fished together right after that event. I said, how big are the schools? He said, there's hundreds. There are hundreds of giants.
Speaking of hundreds.
Our anglers doing well today. Let's go to John Cruz. We got a little bonus coverage. Fish on, possibly. Yeah. A little bit scratchy camera work here, but let's see if we can get a look at that one.
Good one right there for John Cruz. It's almost like a replay of his entire season so far on the Elite Series.
He has been the big bass guy out there.
And if you're to go off of what Lee Livesey said before this tournament began, he truly said this is going to be, no doubt, a shallow water victory this week.
Wow. The 25th bass over 4 pounds we've seen this morning already was a 7-pounder from Brandon Cobb.
Cheetos,
his first bite of the day.
Chris Groh, live.
Sounding just like that cow. Come on, girl. Just rail on this thing. Come on.
Zaldane just caught a 7.6 as well.
Wow.
1 second ago.
There she is. Boom! Big male. Where's the fat girlfriend's at?
Talk to her.
I know, she's down there chewing on a Twinkie, probably. I know you're a boy. I see your strength. You don't have to prove it to me.
That's a good one. This could be a little bit of a difference maker for Chris Groh right there. His best of the day so far.
Shallow crank it.
Yeah.
I've seen that a few times today.
Back out to Keith Combs.
Just talk about Blaylock. He just got his limit. He's up to 5th.
Well, Dave and Davey said watch out for Stetson Blaylock because he's the guy who finished second to Keith Combs in that footage we saw from 2014.
He's second. It's going to bust open for him.
Mm-hmm.
Dude. Oh. Get him by the heel. Just pull him on in. Gnarly looking dude there.
That's what's scary about him, man.
Let me get on the spot lock right quick. On the what? On my spot lock and move. Guess everybody saw that happen.
Long post-spawn.
What are you talking about? I'm so tired of you already.
Not zero. Not zero. Scale 0.
Scale 0. Did I mess it? There we go. You had it and I messed it up. You don't weigh much.
£4 4 ounces.
Okay. 4.4. 4.4.
I'll bring it to work, do you?
Don't want that to start happening now.
Not if you're one of the other 74. You sure don't want to see too much more of that. But Keith Combs finally getting it started here. It's taken a while. We had a late start this morning. Didn't get going until 7:30 because the storm's passing through. But things steadily climbing up there. We just heard some big news about Chris Zaldain, some others.
Are there any lakes that we go to where you see a guy catch a 4-pounder and he's kind of bummed?
Yeah, it's like doesn't weigh much. I couldn't believe I was hearing that.
Only caught 20 pounds today. That's what we're going to hear at the weigh-in, which is going to be awesome.
You know that's coming. Absolutely. Chris Groh with a nice one as well just a few minutes ago. Starting to happen, starting to gin up a little bit. Boy, it has fully ginned up for one Chris Zaldain.
Right.
Out there with his swim bait on this day when he knows he needs to put some hay in the barn for sure.
And as Ron Moore said, Zaldain just caught a big one.
And he caught another 512. He's up to 26 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just climbing steadily
Sweet
and steadily.
stats, Such. Sweet stats.
Getting real sweet on Lake Fork. We'll be back to see how much sweeter it can get after this break.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned. You've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
There's your winner.
Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself. And win on the biggest stage.
You can do it, buddy. He is your champion, ladies and
gentlemen. Recreational fishing in Texas is great. In Texas, we don't have many natural bodies of water other than rivers and creeks, but most people that do fish in reservoirs or in lakes. Because of that, most of the economic impact is actually through fishing on reservoirs. So we want to make sure we conserve these reservoirs and these fishing opportunities by restoring habitat. Most reservoirs in Texas were built back in the 50s and 60s. So a lot of that natural habitat that existed in the lake back when the reservoir was new are now decomposing. When a reservoir is constructed, they try to find a good location where actually that could get water running through, usually a creek. So they could build a dam so it traps the water. That'll flood a reservoir up, and anything that's laying low, like trees, shrubs, plants, will get inundated, and that initially serves as the initial fish habitat. Most of it is made of wood and leaves, but all deteriorates. It's all biodegradable, so we need to replenish that habitat to allow fish to thrive. We could always supplement the woody debris, the vegetation, or any type of cover that fish need. And we could do that by cutting trees that are not wanted, something like cedar trees. We could also use artificial habitat that different commercial producers make. These things are put together to mimic trees. That creates cover.
That looks good.
When we complete our habitat projects, we actually have different sites along the lakes. So these structures are marked with a GPS coordinate, and they're actually made public on our website on TPWD. Anybody who wants to try them out could go out there and load those coordinates and put them on their depth finder and find these structures.
We'll go to this one for now.
We can't do this alone. Parks and Wildlife we have the expertise to get it done. However, these projects can become expensive and they're labor intensive. So we need partnerships to actually get these great projects on the water. Friends of Reservoirs is a great group, and these groups are usually composed of stakeholders that have the common interest of conservation and fishing. So they team up with Texas Parks and Wildlife, and we do some great projects around the state. There's one on there. Oh. If you want to get involved and help TPWD with these conservation initiatives, feel free to call your local district biologist and get involved and help us in conservation. We can't do it alone.
It made my day.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of Bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Well, let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me. down the simple road. This is where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that's supposed you and me.
Anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting, because when protection matters most, Line Exit. Go to linex.com to find a store near you.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Well, we're still heading toward midday here on Lake Fork, legendary Lake Fork. Here's our, we always say unofficial. This is the official weight right here. Chris Zaldain on top, 26 pounds even, including a couple 7+ right there. Micah Frazier moving on up in there. John Cruz continuing his big bass and waves for 2019, and Corey Johnson in there as well.
You would kind of look at that and say in most bodies of water where we go to, wow, he's got almost a 5-pound lead. Not so much in the first couple hours of fishing.
There's our Phoenix Big Boat Bass of the Day. That's the way it stacks up right now. Chris Zaldain. You got the 1 and 2 at this point right now. This is not a small deal. Phoenix Boat's Big Bass for the tournament gets a Toyota Tundra, so that's
a rig.
Gets a rig. Full on. It's good. It's
I caught a truck, is what they say.
In fact, the guy who won it 2016 was Chris Zaldain.
Exactly.
Show you a little bit of footage we have of that.
Sir. Big one right there for Chris Zaldain.
Yeah, that's how you win a Tundra. Just catch the biggest one here. Bassmaster Texas Fest.
Look around the corner right now. The young Patrick Walters. Solid ones in the boat early this morning.
That way we know the scorecard and everything's legit.
Micah Frazier's Cullfish was a nice one, a 5.15. Got him up to 21.5.
Yeah, we'll board them real quick. Of course, there was 3 of them there. This one gets it. Oh yeah. Zeroed?
Okay, zeroed.
Pick him up, pick him up. There you go.
I'm trying to get him where he doesn't bounce.
Make sure he's not touching that thing.
They say let it touch and
Okay.
pull it up.
Gotcha.
1 pound, 6 ounces.
1.6?
1.6.
Micah Frazier with a 5.15, 21.9 for him. Jumps up there. Jay Ellis with a 4.6. All within the last 3
And we
minutes.
fish right over top of them. It's just they need something to trigger them. And if they can get fired up and they get competing, they'll eat. But
Five fish for Patrick Walters. That wasn't the size he wanted, but that put him up into the top 10. Yeah, quick.
I hate to tease y'all with this, but Chris Zaldain 5'12" now has 29.5.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
29.5.
Two pair. 2 7s, 2
He
5s.
said there was a key deal that he learned from Lee Livesey. Looking forward to seeing what that is. Like a little better one right there. Come off for Patrick Walters.
$4 time with Grow. Right below him, Brett Pruitt. Right of that, Frank Talley and Patrick Walters, who we've been with.
All 4 of Zaldain's biggest fish are in the top 10 for big bass of the day so far.
Wow.
That one wasn't too smart. If he goes like that through life, he ain't gonna eat well.
He didn't like 2 days.
Well, he's still there though. He ain't that big, but take no prisoners. You got my claw. It ain't big. Come on. You got my claw.
you know they're sitting right here in about 2 feet. That's how deep it is. It's so shallow, your jerk bait plugs the dirt too much. And I mean, they'll be sitting right here in 4 feet, and then when the bait comes, they'll push it right up. I mean, it's so typical. I mean, we could win it. I mean, you could catch dang 30 pounds off these spots easily. Dang, that weight went way up it.
Hartwell winner Brandon Cobb just filled his limit with a 4.12.
Get one here for Z.
He's your personal envoy to Lake Fork, Z-Train.
I guess
Not
so.
bad.
It seems like a lot of our guys that we got cameras on are really kind of seems like they're reinventing their practice. Does that make sense?
Explain.
You could tell there's been everybody that we've got a camera on so far today, you could tell from a lot of the mannerisms that their gig has left.
Okay.
I need some more Zaldain.
Well, okay, let's get to him. Bonus coverage. I think that we're trying to arrange that right now, and we don't want to. We don't want to take too much of his time. Now, we're not going to.
Oh, here we
Chris,
go.
Chris, we're not going to take too much of your time here. Give us an update on what has happened since we last saw you.
Oh, I don't know. We caught a few. I got to look at my scorecard. I think I got 2 7s, 2 5s, and I'm looking to cull one like 3-pounder. So I left this spot where you guys talked to me earlier, fished around a little bit, and I came back to it, and I caught those 2 big ones. So 7 and a 5, a 7 and a 5 on 2 separate occasions. So same bait, same gig, same thing I'm doing, and that bad boy right there. When they eat it, they hit it so hard. It's not even funny.
Chris, kind of walk us through, if you can, while you're fishing, kind of walk us through your setup. Besides the bait itself, you showed us your basic, your trocar belly hook. Walk us through your setup, rod, reel, and line.
Yeah, so big rod, real big rod. This is a new, it's a Mega Bass Mark 48 Destroyer. They just built this rod, and they built it for that Mag-Graph. And they sent them to me just before this tournament. 7'8". It's basically a heavy flipping stick with a longer butt for long cast. 20-pound test, Seagar and BA.S.S, fluorocarbon, less stretch. That InVizX fluorocarbon is real soft and supple, and there's no memory to it, so it's real soft, and I can cast it a long way. Again, this is a 6-inch Mag-Graph, and the freestyle is basically a swim bait blank. There's nothing to it but soft plastic. And then I pair it with that Trocar swim blade hook, 7/0 3/8 ounce. 3/8 is a big, huge key. I think the biggest factor right now, and the reason why I'm spending more time on this particular spot, is this north wind. We've got a little bit of a north wind, and again, those spots I have in the back of my head, the wind is blowing over the top of them, and I'm looking for perpendicular wind on these points. I mean, if the point's facing this way, I need the wind crashing right on top of it, and that just elongates the shad spawn. It keeps the shad up tight, kind of along these mud lines and stuff. So I know if I leave here and come back, I think I can catch a couple more giants. But I'm just going to sit here. The cool thing is there's no one around, just my little camera guy. I had a 14-year-old kid email me before this event. He's from West Monroe, and he said he wanted to get into videography. So he's following me around with Dad over there. So he's having a blast, and we are too.
Chris, at one point you said you need to make one more call. At what point do you actually stop casting at this key area?
They're busting, guys. Hold it right there. Hold it right there. Those are white bass. White bass are busting. Hold it right there, Jeremy. They're just white bass. Oh gosh. Hold it right there. I see him crashing, guys. Hold tight. Hold tight. Hold tight. I catch another 7-pounder, and I'm gonna keep on. And man, all through practice, all I did was ride around and look for a couple of key ingredients for this deal. And I feel like I fished the whole lake, but there's still more areas I think I could discover and uncover, especially because that wind direction changed. Again, it was a heavy south wind for 3 days of practice, and then all of a sudden, boom, north wind. So you got to stay on your toes, and I want to go fish those south wind spots, but in the back of my head, I know they're no good without the wind crashing on them. So, but to answer your question, another 6 or 7, and then I'm gonna cruise around and get off this spot. Mainly because there's no one around, so that's good.
Oh, he is the puppet master.
Good situation. Chris, thank you. We're not going to hold you up any longer. You probably catch them better when we're not talking to you. But that was great. Thank you so much.
I got a feeling we'll be with him tomorrow, though.
I got this
like all day.
Every indication is strong that is going to be the case tomorrow.
T-I-M-E, Tommy Sanders.
We got Bassmaster Live for you same time tomorrow. 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, all the way to 3:30.
He's very elusive with those key ingredients.
He talked about the wind positioning,
positioning
his bait. You know, remember at the Classic, day 3 at the Classic, it was also helping. The wind was helping his bait to hover and stay in the strike zone longer too. And I wonder if that's an element that's playing into it as well.
But see, has there ever been another angler who gives that much information while he's on the boat?
No. I mean, he brings it. He brings it.
Yeah.
He brings it.
Let's see with the smallman.
Pop, flare, and sizzle.
Yeah, exactly.
Not going.
What's up with the 14 inchers?
Got 0 on the scales. £1 5 ounces.
1 pound 5?
Yes, sir.
5.
you, sir.
Thank you. All right, maybe I'll get them rolling.
You're number 4.
We got 4 for 4.
4 for 4.
On stuff that little ones are not supposed to be on.
Yeah. 4 for 5.
Oh yeah, they just came up schooling in there. Oh, there's one. Where the 7-pounders at?
Number 5. That's the hardest one to catch, isn't it?
Apparently, it was all of them today. They wasn't ever gonna come off.
They're on the scales.
Feel good?
Yeah, we're good. £1 10 ounces.
110.
Yeah, they're getting bigger.
Seven-pounders in practice and 1-pounders in the tournament.
Take a look at our hummingbird lay of the lake right now. Boy, you are on a healthy fishery when your entire field is basically spread throughout the entire system of Lake Fork.
75 anglers out there today on both forks of Lake Fork for sure. They're on the Sabine River, this tributary of the Sabine River. Only 27,000 acres, only about 300 miles of shoreline, but most of it has been proven productive through the years.
Absolutely. I'll tell you, the one surprise is a lot of our big names started in Little Caney. If you're a local or fish Lake Fork a lot, you definitely know that area, but they did not stay in there very long. If you looked at a lot of the past events here, Little Caney always a big player. Pretty much spread all over Lake Fork right now. Really, the last 90 minutes, we've truly seen the biggest number of big ones caught.
Absolutely. We'll fish full field again tomorrow, then make the cut. They'll take a day off on Saturday. Resume this tournament on Sunday. Back to Frank Talley. Just the one so far.
So good in the opens last year.
Fished his way into the Classic.
Oh, big one. They're getting there. Scale 0. £4, 5 ounces. Actually, they lie. £4, 6 ounces. Thank you, sir. Agreed. That one's for you, Colton.
Solid one right there. Good to see. A little bit slow morning, Frank.
Yeah, that's going to pick up his spirits a little bit right there. He said, yeah, we may be getting there. So I know a lot of anglers probably in his same position right now, and some of them just going gangbusters, as is the case every time, especially on the first day.
They're halfway through and have literally almost a 30-pound stringer already.
Oh, my gosh. That's...
Like guys like Jeff Gustafson, his first fish is a 5.15.
And again, if you want to see a different view, some different scenes of what we're seeing here on Bassmaster Live, we have the live mix going constantly.
Not us.
Not us. Yeah, that's
right.
the other big selling point. That's bullet point number 2 of the sales pitch right there. You can do your own voiceover. You can do your own commentary. That could be way better sometimes. Chris Zaldain, as you mentioned, 30 pounds almost. Not even halfway through the day. We'll take a break and come right back.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Bassmaster Live, about 20 minutes left in our morning session here, but never fear, we'll take our regular 1 hour break. Be back at 12:30 Eastern Time, taking you all the way to 3:30. That'll get you pretty close to weigh-in time. All the festivities going on site there at Lake Fork with Dave Mercer. So we got plenty in store for you this afternoon, just steadily getting a little thicker and thicker as we get into it today.
Halfway through the day, we have got an angler over 30 pounds.
Yeah, almost 31 pounds for Chris Zaldain. Micah Frazier, what a great season. But he's only 9 pounds back.
Which is not a lot here.
No, it's one fish. It's one fish. You have to look at it that way. It's the same map. Everywhere we go, it's just larger. It's just double or triple where it is anywhere else.
I'll tell you what's going to be cool with Chris Zaldain. Obviously, we're going to have a camera with him tomorrow, no doubt, unless for some reason we have a bunch of rises in the leaderboard, is we have seen Chris Zaldain, i.e. the Classic.
Oh, yeah.
We have seen his swim bait game and how he commits and dedicates to it, to watch if it can survive this time around.
Well, he got abandoned by the wind at the Classic, and I don't know if that's going to happen here or not.
Lost.
Kentucky Lake last year, he led day one, Kentucky Lake, and then didn't do so hot day two.
You know, what's weird is watching guys that have committed to the swim bait and made it such a big part of their game in the past. I mean, you can look at, Steve Kennedy, Byron Velvick, guys like Fred Rombanis, that it is so high risk, high reward. And the other side of it is, it's so rare to be able to put 4 days of it together. So rare. But really, when you do, you generally break records.
But those guys, the guys who are best at that, are the ones who lock it in their hands.
Absolutely.
You're right. You're absolutely right. You've got to do that.
Eerily similar to anglers that we have covered that frogfish.
Yeah.
Eerily similar.
Sure. Same deal.
That Zaldain 4.5 that gave him, that 30-pound mark, it was the 40th fish, 4 pounds and up, we've seen.
With the streets.
I think they're just hitting it sideways, and I'm hooking them in the side of the face. That's why they're pulling off. So it shouldn't still be happening.
Just keep running and try to hit these places, and hopefully some fish pull up, because didn't have the greatest of practices. I caught some good ones every morning, and after that it's kind of been it's been a lot tougher for me, but I definitely know where some fish are. Just hopefully get a little more dialed in today with them. So.
You wouldn't even have heard them.
There was a little shad spawn going on this morning in the grass where I started, and was able to get 2 decent fish with that frog. Fork, and I've been here 7 or 8 times. And it's one of my favorite places. I caught my personal best here, 11.4, out deep cranking. That's what I love to do. And man, I've tried it so much this week, just couldn't make it happen.
Oh, you're good. Here, come on through. I'll bring it down just a second. All right. 20 main line and 20 leader.
One thing,
but the main line is
truly one thing we haven't done all day long, and I'm not going to throw all the main courses out, but I tell you what I will do.
Okay.
For the power pole replay of the day.
What do you think?
A little bit of a get ready. It's a Cracker Barrel sampler platter.
Oh, a little combo platter,
It's a power pole replay of the day. Cracker Barrel splice.
Okay.
The solid ones early from a young
We did
Patrick
0.
Walters.
Got to get started somehow.
Patrick Walters coming to this tournament, leading Angler of the Year race from there. A couple big frog bites from Brett Pruitt.
Yeah, said he had a little shad spawn up in that grass there and yielded these 2 fish.
Literally thought it was going to explode for Keith Combs. Caught that good one early, just around the corner from Keith Combs. Young Chris Grove. Frank Talley catching this good one before our break a few minutes ago.
Getting things back on track there.
See, what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to give you all the pop, flare, and sizzle.
Because it's a sampler platter. It's a Cracker Barrel sampler platter. It's a combo platter.
All in yet.
Got it.
I got a feeling I will by the end of the week.
I think you're right.
Fair
I agree.
to say.
I agree with that.
Hey, Frank Talley, I'm going to say it. As of right now, I guess you are the power pole replay of the day.
Let's look at our Phoenix Boats Big Bass lineup right there. Of course, the winner at the end of this particular category at the end of the tournament gets a Toyota Tundra. Chris Aldane has got, he's got 4 entries in it. Now 3. It's down to 3 entries in the top 10 right now. 4 in the top 10.
Wow.
So Chris Aldane bought a lot of raffle tickets to get that.
No doubt about it.
To get that Tundra.
Sadly, I do not think that 7.6 is going to. I don't think that 7.6 is going to hold today.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
More or less the rest of the week.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little better. Everything heating up just a tiny bit as we go on. We'll again take our break here in just a few minutes, but hey, we'll have the live view for you. Everything. Live mix.
Something interesting that Combs said about the offshore bite. He said, man, it's all, yesterday he was on the water and said, it's all there. He said the white bass.
Not chewed up at all.
White bass are there, bait's present. He literally said, he goes, man, it is days away from those huge schools getting out there.
Mm.
And generally, on a lot of these lakes, the biggest waves of ledge fish to catch are those first schools that get out there. They're not pressured hard yet.
That's what Livesey was saying about Combs, that water was 7 foot down. It was just a perfect storm when he caught 110 pounds here in 2014.
No doubt.
At this point, just to say,
it just got out there.
Fish for the bedding fish that I know about, the frog. I think I could box around 20 pounds. And that's a good start, but I know I've got to cycle back through my stuff one more time. Just because it's got potential for 30 pounds. I mean, I can't just give up on that. I don't know why it's not working, but I'm on good fish, or I was.
The way I see it, Keith, you're one of the best in the world. You'll know what to do and when to do it.
Well, I appreciate that. Hopefully it'll work out. It sure has been tough. I know it's got potential to be like this. And 5 casts and catching 2 7s and 2 8s. I mean, that's how quick it. I mean,
all right, let's
that's how
see.
it goes down around this place.
8-pounder.
Top 10 currently right now is officially, features so many of our big-time performers from the first 4 stops of the year in the Elite Series. With, Micah Frazier, John Cruz, Corey Johnston, Brandon Cobb, Luke Palmer, Stetson Blaylock also in the top 10.
Pulling in, fishing behind another boat who's, throwing a Carolina rig here too. You get 3 or 4 real fresh fish that are just sitting up there and they get them before you did. That's another thing about Lake Fork. So much pressure. It's an incredible lake, but
Just like Malacca.
Yeah,
A lot
a lot of pressure. Really good lake, but a lot of pressure. So timing is, well, timing is always a big deal, but when you throw in a timing as far as anglers on certain spots, and then that's totally out of your control. So that's where luck really starts to play in. Did you pull up on something when some guys hadn't fished it in 2 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, have it all to yourself? Yeah.
Some musky fishermen out there.
Right. It's probably a bass. See him up there?
Interesting that we have not seen many other fishermen on the water. Not many guide boats today.
No,
not many
no.
locals. I'm surprised because that is very rare there.
Flip that right there. It's still 2 or 3 foot. It's just a little bit sparse for me to want to flip it. If it has some hyacinth or something up in there, I definitely would. But like, speaking of flipping, like where we had all them, that one area we had them frog bites this morning, if we have to go back and I can't get 5 fish, we're gonna go back in there and do a little flipping in them little mats, because I know there's some fish in that area. We had that other good one that didn't get it and some moving and stuff in there. But I was hoping I didn't have to go back, but we got a good bit more stuff to run. But it gets later in the day and we ain't got them, we might have to go back in there and do some flipping. We're gonna mix it up though. I mean, I still got 1 or 2 places I gotta keep honest offshore, because offshore out here, if they start moving out, you can catch 25, 30 pounds in a hurry and 5 casts and just have them.
Small.
Keith Combs hooked up here.
Very small. I don't think you're gonna need your board. No, he's not gonna do much for us. He's not even 14.
I mean, you mentioned the pressure and what it must be. I mean, every day above freezing here, is huge pressure. It's got to be. We're 90 minutes from any place in Dallas.
And what's weird is just listening to Combs, you could tell he so badly does not want to go shallow and chase 20 pounds.
No.
That's not his style. That's just not how he lives.
Yeah.
Tommy, they did a study in 2014-15. Anglers spent $18.8 million on fishing trips on Fork that 1 year alone.
Wow.
62% of it was from non-local residents. So it's like the
I wonder what they're
destination
considering
mecca
a
for
local
big bass.
resident. You mean just the little towns around the lake, you mean?
I don't know exactly.
Or does that include like
Dallas.
Greenville and Dallas and Sulphur Springs, those places?
They could probably, to be honest, nowadays, they could probably track where you were when you bought your fishing license, and they could probably almost relate it to a lake or that region of the state or whatever for out of town people, non-resident fishing licenses.
It's very St. Clairish.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, and down to the dollar. They got such a great lake here.
Gunnersville, Okeechobee.
Sure, absolutely.
They started preparing for big bass even before they closed the gates on this lake. They stocked the Florida strain and all the little farm ponds and cattle tanks before the lake even flooded. Just manage it perfectly.
Well, I'll tell you what was weird here compared to at least anywhere I had ever seen in my life, and I can't stress this enough. When I was in the boat with, here we go.
That's a little fish, man, I'm telling you. Hey, little. You can feel like pack, and then he just started tugging real hard, about jerked the rod out of my hand, but I think he's the right kind.
We've been out in Elite Series tournaments on Kentucky Lake ledges and Pickwick ledges and Gunnersville. You can get on ledges out there that have, 50 good ones to 100 good ones. I had never seen the sheer size of big ones that I saw here with combs. There was hundreds of 6 to 10 pound bass in a 10-acre area, all with their mouth open eating.
Guys out there were like, has he got one? What? Oh, come on. There's no way he's actually got a fish.
Talking about an old school.
I'm telling you, the lizard is out.
Carolina rig dadgum lizard. What?
I promise you, I used to catch him when I was younger.
That's bad news because you're getting older by the minute.
I know, especially on a day like today.
It'll age you in a hurry.
You ain't kidding.
Former TTBC winner Brian Snowden with a 4.2. He's got 14 pounds.
Snowden won here as well, did he not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He came in and also previewed Texas Fest with you
did.
for a live well.
It feels good to set the
website,
hook, so I just do it once in a while for kicks. Why not? Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was like, I'm not gonna mess around with him.
Texas Parks and Wildlife gave us a number I thought was amazing. They value Lake Fork's recreational fishery economic value at $38 million.
Maybe afternoon I'll go pick up a frog and look at a few bedding fish or something like that. But
Oh, I know what that means, Tommy Sanders.
Yeah, we've
Yes,
finished
sir.
our morning session here. Got a little bit of a late start, an hour later today because of the storms moving through, but we've got a tournament, folks. It's absolutely going on. We've got anglers over 30 pounds already, or one of them anyway, Chris Zaldane. So it's a little different Lake Fork than and everyone said it was going to be different this time around. We're sort of in an in-betweener stage here.
We have an angler with over 30 pounds,
Yeah, I mean,
so
we're not
life
gonna-
is pretty good right now.
Yeah.
3 hours into the day, 42 fish over 4 pounds. You got 3 over 7. Definitely you should see some.
How many
big
over
ones.
5, Ron?
Over 5, 12.
12 fish over 5
12
pounds
over
right now.
5. Most of those are heavy 5s. We saw a bunch of 5.15s, 5.12s. So we're going to see a lot more big fish coming up.
Oh, absolutely. You can just count on more big fish coming up. We'll be coming back at 12:30, taking you all the way to 3:30 Eastern Time. So check out the live mix while we're away. We'll also have a little Facebook Live on Bassmaster.
Splash.
Live.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to say.
It's the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Absolutely. Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, and this year it means Lake Fork. That's where we're coming to you from. We are halfway through day number 1 fishing, and this place that kicks them out. This was just moments ago, Lee Livesey.
And interestingly enough, Tommy Sanders, in our Toyota Midday Report, you were very concerned about this Midday Report.
I'm anxious for it to get here.
Well, I understand that. And here's what's amazing is we took a 1-hour timeout, and you know who showed up, my friend?
Mr. Bass.
Yeah, Mr. Lake Fork showed up. Where you been, right, Mr. Lake Fork, all morning?
Well, let's tell all on our Toyota Midday Report, starting with Frank Talley right here. Frank had one good keeper when we went to break here. Obviously, he had some more hookups while we were away for that solitary hour.
Taking a look at a couple of our fish catches early today, and it's almost like we use this term. A lot of our anglers that we had cameras on had big condition changes with the storms that hit last night, and it's almost like our guys were re-practicing, we said.
We're resetting the whole deal.
Resetting the whole thing. Lee Livesey, and you could tell early this morning, plagued by small fish, starting to make some upgrades as we move on.
Had 5 fish were about 5 pounds when we left him, but you can see the size, well, not too good this morning. That's
Exactly
not
right.
the kind you want on your dance card when the day is over.
And something that Lee Livesey said is, wow, I'm making casts where 2 days ago there were 6 to 8 pounders, and now there are 10 to 12 inchers.
And big storms go through early this morning. In fact, delayed the takeoff for 1 hour. That caused a wind shift. The wind totally reversed directions. And this one just, again, moments ago with Lee, it's trending the right way for him. It's getting a little bigger,
Solid fish right there for Livesey. There was so many things that happened during our break. Take a look from Illinois. Chris Groh, first time we've had a camera on Chris this year. Chris Groh starting out on a shad spawn, then he said he will throw a buzzbait and a swim jig all day long. Chris Groh, there's a lot of growing to do right now, especially with some of the size bass that have been caught in the last 60 minutes. Right here, one of the bigger ones for Chris Groh earlier this morning. A little square lip crankbait. To see a little bit of that this morning.
According to Bass Track, he's got 3 for 8 pounds. I think he's probably got more than that. That's a good one.
Solid one right there. Couple big topwater bites early this morning for Brett Pruitt, who said literally one of the toughest practices he's had on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But this being Lake Fork, his personal best came from this lake. 2 big frog bites early on day 1 of competition.
Broke his rod on this one right here, did Brett Pruitt. He got a little over-enthusiastic, and who wouldn't? That was a wonderful frog bite. Had a little shad spawn going back in the grass there.
And really, that was probably the most interesting thing. A lot of guys targeting the threadfin shad spawn early this morning. Only spawn for, you generally get about an hour to 90 minutes out of that bite.
We didn't get to see it, but he caught a 5.15. Brett Pruitt did during the break.
Oh, no.
He's only got 3 fish for 14.
Wow. Young Patrick Walters, your Angler of the Year leader coming into Lake Fork.
Got that scale ready?
Catching just enough to hang in the top 10 so far today.
Got to get started somehow.
And as Ron Moore says, that is very unofficial right now. We're starting to get...
He had a big one during the break, too. These are all from this morning, if you missed it earlier. He's kind of been the guy who's caught the most for us of our 6 live guys, quantity-wise, but during the break, he did catch a big one as well. A 6.14 range.
Tommy, are you satisfied right now with the midday report, or has it got you spun out?
I'm right in the middle of it.
Whoa. Okay.
A little, just a little respect for the Toyota Midday Report. See vous play.
Good one right here for young Patrick Walters.
This might be the 6.14.
Oh gosh.
this was the back deck where he said this was for America, St. John's River. His big one.
You had mentioned earlier, Mark Zona, that this place sets up for him, much like his big bass factory back home, Santee Cooper.
Yes, good one
and
right
there. Yeah, I
there.
would say that's the 614 right there.
If it's not, then he is definitely higher on the leaderboard than we.
Oh yeah, that's a fat
Three more
so.
like that, we're gonna make it interesting.
Tommy, you know who we've had our eye on all day long, and rightfully so?
And all the way leading up to this tournament, this guy, Keith Combs, yep.
Exactly right. And it was, if you've been watching all day long, it was painfully slow for Keith Combs, who said, I have 3 mega schools found. Well, this morning that did not happen. We saw him catch this one. Really, this was his first bass of the day.
That was about halfway through the morning.
A 4-4 to his total. And then a bunch of little ones.
Since then, Keith Combs, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron Moore, has gone off.
He has definitely gone off. During the midday report, during Facebook, we got to see it. This one, a 6-6.
Wow.
He didn't change his game plan up. He stayed shallow. It was a big chartreuse blueback crankbait. And then he added another 3 and change there. And then this was the one that'll go from 3 to 5 real quick.
Yeah, watch this.
Bigger. Biggin.
Well, if there's a bite the rest of the field does not want to see, it's Keith Combs making that offshore bite finally play, catching a double right here during our break.
And not just a big one with a non-keeper or 2 small ones. These are both solid 3 to 4 pounders.
Wow.
5
is this our first
keepers
double of the
and
year on
4
Bassmaster Live,
casts.
Ron?
Wow, look at that.
Man. That may be the best double we've ever seen on Bassmaster.
Hey, I told you my spot didn't suck.
No, it did not.
Does not suck.
We didn't believe it for a minute.
We've got it down.
We wear these both together and count them as one.
Guys, Keith Combs, a late bloomer today, but man, that is impressive what we just saw.
It is, but it's something we expected the whole morning. We've been kind of like denying that he's been struggling, but he obviously has a great resume in Texas during the TTBC, this format, especially at Lake Fork 2014. We said he broke the century mark in just 3 days on him.
He made the comment to me, these 3 victories, the Lake Fork 2014, Conroe, he said, I really like these Texas Bass Classic events. They've treated me well through the years, but the one thing to always look at with Keith Combs, whenever he seems to win or be in the top 3, big weight tournaments across the board. Whenever there's a big weight tournament, Keith Combs is usually at the top of the list. The other thing that is really, really scary, if you look at the bait he's throwing right here on Lake Fork, that is exactly what we just saw him catch all of those fish on during our midday report. I'm dead serious. Don't let him get this going.
That's the one scary thing, is that these events that we had talked about during live were later, just a little later, so they were there and he was going through them with that crankbait. They're seemingly getting there now, so it could get better every day for him. And you know, today could be his worst day, and he's already eclipsed 20 pounds.
Combs made the comment, he feels every hour, every single day, there are more fish getting offshore with this time of year. This one could be going up as the week goes along, as you just said. And really the other thing was Combs constantly talking to himself and talking himself out of playing it safe and going shallower for possibly a 17 to 20 pound bag.
Yeah, he seemingly is trying to avoid that 20-pound shallow bag and staying out deep for that 30-pound goal that he's aiming for.
Hey Ron, what do you say we get back out on the water right now with Keith Combs live?
Little splash.
Sorry, I don't know. I have no idea.
You're fine.
Not really.
You usually are.
No, I'm not fine at all. Keith Combs live.
Well, I'll tell you what, things are a lot better than they were last time we checked in. We pulled up on a place and caught a 4.5 pounder, and I lost a big one. Then we moved back to a place I had a lot of confidence in that we'd already hit, and pulled up and lit them up. We caught them every cast for like 7 casts. Problem was they weren't real big. We got a 6. The rest of them were just 3.5 pounders. But we've moved from that place, trying to find some more fish, check some more spots where I caught them in practice. Things are they're definitely weird today. I mean, things are not the same as they were in practice. So we're just going to keep moving around. I was going to go do some frogging and some sight fishing and stuff later in the day. I don't know that I'll do that today. I mean, I didn't see, personally, I don't have a 5-pound fish up there. I mean, I saw some 3 3/4, 4-pound fish. But still, that's not going to win me the tournament, you know. I need to come out here and find me another spot or get another flurry like that and knock out that 30-pound bag. So most likely we're going to stay on the outside, keep running stuff, hopefully find some new fish. At least I can take a deep breath right now because we were stuck on 0 for the longest time. So we're going to make a move and go make some magic happen on up the lake. Stay tuned.
We plan on doing that.
Yes,
Keith Combs,
sir.
great double right there. That was
great double. And really what that did more than anything, that, it's hate to say it, but getting him to that 20-pound mark just took the load off where he can now trench in all of his offshore stuff.
What, in your mind, has a better chance of holding up for 3 more days? What he's doing right there, the drop-off fishing, or the guys who have got the big shad spawning the swim baits tied on? We got the gizzard shad deal going.
Oh, I just think Combs will push that to the limit. And again, I just from what we've seen thus far, at least what we have, and it's hard to say what we've had cameras on so far today. I think when this weather stabilizes, that offshore gig's gonna get going.
A couple big ones came across the board. Brandon Cobb just now with a 7.2. He's up to almost 27 pounds. And Drew Benton with a 6.10.
Wow.
Took over 5th place.
That should have been her.
It's Cobb's second 7-pounder.
And again, we don't have Keith Combs. What place is Keith in?
He was
by your
7th
reckoning?
before somebody just jumped him. It was around 8th place, 1913 or so.
Okay.
So he's
Okay.
Go up to my dock,
7th.
nothing happens.
Gosh, look at the difference in watercolor right there. Oh my gosh.
And I guarantee you can look at the map and tell which arm one is up versus the other.
Where do you, like the NFL draft, a lot of people had scorecards for certain teams. Where do you put that midday report as far as a scorecard? Because I felt like it trended upward.
It was a tasty midday report to begin with, and I think it got delicious at the end. Okay, fair enough.
Fair. Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Sorry to be so over enthusiastic, I guess, but I just get excited about the Toyota midday report.
It's been a good start, and the goal for the season is a while. We're playing it kind of worried about this tournament. You're gonna like 4 or 1 fish. You know, was just, you know.
I'm having trouble hearing Patrick Walters there. He was talking about his goal for the season. I think he said it was Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, as a matter of fact. Or I could probably fill that in. But we'll try to get a better signal from him.
Patrick, another angler that was really worried about, especially after his practice, he says, man, I have genuine concern. He said, I'm not doing those big bags. I'm not doing that 25 to 30 pound here. And his biggest concern was how many guys are.
Yeah, because he's in a perfect position right now, tied for the lead in the points race, and just one bad day can just put the hurt on you. That's the nature of our season.
We've had he's the 4th different Angler of the Year leader in as many events. It switched every event. Clun had it after St. John's, Chris Johnston after Lanier, Drew Cook after Hartwell, and Patrick Walters after Winyah, even though he's tied with Scott Canterbury. If it would have ended after that event, he would have taken it.
Let's take a look at that leaderboard right now. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the award for consistency throughout a season. And there's Scott Canterbury and Patrick Walters right there on top. Young Patrick Walters,
yes,
obliged to say. Stetson Blaylock on the strength of his big victory at Winyah Bay. Drew Cook, just a great season.
Wrong. Did Drew Cook not go off during the break too, young Ronnie Moore, or no?
The way our bass truck is, you can keep the fish or release them when you tally them. Because they're technically releasing them, the marshal accidentally released all of his fish, but we switched them over and they all pinged in, so yes. So he's been going off all day, not during the break.
Got it.
Take a look. He's in 6th place, Drew Cook, as we stand right now. And there's our Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race. Patrick Walters in charge there for sure. Drew Cook not too far behind. Lee Livesey, he's got some ground to make up today. Luke Palmer, great tournament at Winyah Bay as well. Brad Watley started out the season fine style. St. John's.
You're not going to serve up bonus coverage, are you, BC?
Well, I think I might just give you a
little
bonus coverage of Brandon Cobb right there. And Brandon, again, congratulations. Great win at Hartwell. And how are you finding? How's your day going so far on Lake Fork?
It started really, really slow. I mean, I don't even think I caught a fish for like an hour and a half, but I couldn't get on a lot of spots I wanted to. And then I finally hit, they're in like little flurries. Like you won't catch one for 2 or 3 hours and then you catch them. And I hit one flurry this morning and caught a 7 and a 5 and some keepers. And then I've been fishing ever since then and haven't caught another one hardly, and then just pulled up on one spot. First cast with a topwater, I caught a 4-pounder and actually had another one on with him. And had a double on, and then I've just been fishing around here. Caught one every cast for about 10 minutes, and now they've slowed down again. I just caught a 7-pounder that helped a lot, but it's they're just in little flurries. They're still up there. They're just not biting right now.
Real quick, what do you think that the impact of that storm last night had on that early morning bite, Brandon?
It was terrible, to be honest, because I was getting a little spun out, honestly, because I expected to catch them early or not catch them, basically. And I pulled up some places that had shad spawn going on and didn't even get a bite. I mean, not a blow up, didn't see a bird up there grabbing bait, nothing. And then I think after this late morning and now that it's finally starting to get over the effects of that thunder and lightning last night. I know from back home, if you've got a shad or a heron spawn and you get lightning at night, it just always makes it tough the next morning. And I think that's what we were seeing this morning, and it's starting to settle back out a little bit.
Brandon, talk about, if you can, real quick, what it's been like since you won the tournament over on Hartwell for you.
Hold on one second. Thought I had a nibble there. He didn't get it. It's been awesome, man. I didn't really get to enjoy it the next week because we straight going to another tournament. But once I got home, I mean,
he's trying to do something that has not
happened
happened since 2017.
After winning, getting home, getting and the support from all my family, friends, back home, it's been awesome. Where I go in Greenwood, people come up to me like, "Man, good job the other week at Hartwell." So it's been awesome, man. It's life changing for sure.
Well, of course, the win is a great boost, and otherwise, the season, has it gone pretty well up to your expectations, or do you, in a way of saying, do you think you're positioned well as we head into the last half of this thing?
Yeah, it's definitely been good so far. Aside from a little slip up at Winyah the other week, I wasn't real happy with that one. I've kind of made my career off, that win was awesome, but I've kind of made my career off being a consistent angler and keeping myself in check range or in making cuts. And I was a little frustrated with Winyah. I think that's the first cut I've missed this year. But yeah, I've been real happy with the year so far. It's gone like I would have wanted it to before the season started.
Now, your preparation for Lake Fork, have you got much tournament experience here, Brandon?
No, this week was the first time I've ever been here. It's a completely different fishery than anything I've ever fished. I've seen some similarities to like the shad spawn back home. They actually the shad spawn fish here act a lot like what our herring spawn fish at home. And so I've seen some similarities, but it's a completely different body of water for me.
Have you been able to identify a lot of good places, a lot of good spots that could be as productive as this one you've landed on now?
I've found quite a few. I think I've probably had 9 or 10 schools of fish that I think are comparable to this one, but this is the only one that's really worked out today. And most of them, that's the one thing I've kind of been frustrated with throughout practice, is it's almost like all the fish are on stuff that's obvious. I don't feel like I've hardly found anywhere that's like my own spot. So it's like this morning I rode probably 7 or 8 miles up the lake and ran by basically every one of my spots and never got on one of them. So it's kind of frustrating from that aspect, but I do feel like I've found some schools of fish. Just the question is, can you get on them? As a very big timing thing. I mean, like this spot here, I hadn't caught one in the last few minutes. I fished it this morning, never had a bite. But in practice, they were here the one time I checked it, and then just now we pulled up. It was like I expected. So it's just a timing thing.
Brandon, what's been the common denominator, at least on the depth that a lot of your more quality has come from today?
Basically, everything I've caught has been less than 3 foot. Wow. Probably less than 2 foot, to be honest. I'm just fishing hard spots where I call it herring because it feels like I'm fishing, but where the shad are spawning and the fish are sitting up there. The fish are actually not sitting up there. I phrased that wrong. I think the fish are running up there to feed, and that's one thing I've not put together is I don't know what they do when they're not up there feeding. I haven't caught any that were not actively up there feeding. So it's just one of those things. You just got to keep on bouncing around until you hit one when they're biting.
Excellent. Brandon, any sort of backup plan? I mean, have you tried backing off a little bit and trying to go a little deeper? Anything like that? Anything that might be a plan B if you need one?
Yeah, I've tried it, not today, but I've tried it in practice, and to be perfectly honest, if they're not up there biting, I don't have any idea how you catch them. So I've just been hoping I run into them and just stay moving if they quit biting for a while. And I had some kind of a backup little shallow plan, but it won't. I don't think I can cull anything I got in like pockets, spawning fish and brim eating fish and stuff like that. So it's kind of, this is about all I got, and that's just wait on your timing and hope you get it right.
Talking about your timing, what was it like through practice? Did you feel pretty solid coming into this first day?
I knew I had some good stuff. I just didn't know if I'd get to fish one of them. There's one. There's 7 pounds.
Best bonus coverage of the year.
Oh, my gosh. Yep.
Brandon, the best bonus coverage of the year right there.
Oh, man.
Marshall is weighing the fish and still being cameraman right now.
Boy.
We got to get that Marshall's name.
Let's get
what judge.
Look at that one right there.
Golly. Here we go.
I think we might need a bigger clip for this one.
Oh my goodness, he's over 8.
We got wind problems.
$8.12.
8.12.
8.12.
Check, see it over 24 inches.
That's a power pole replay of the day candidate.
I think so.
Bonus coverage, first time ever candidate.
Brandon, if it's not over 24, just bring that 8.12 to weigh in either way.
Wow.
He's only 22.
Chris Grow.
All right, watch Chris Grow. He's got this topwater, got his frog going there. Caught one earlier on that. James West is our marshal / judge there, doing great Great cameraman work, great
Best of the
marshal work,
West.
great judge work.
I'm going to say that he's the power pole MVP of the event so
absolutely.
far, right?
Absolutely.
Well, hey, James, Brandon, can you walk us through your swim bait setup?
Yeah, actually, that swim bait I was throwing, I just lost that one. I have two of them. They were swim bait Shane gave me last night. And I got two. I don't even have big swim baits. I'm not a big swim bait fisherman. I actually pulled up on this and caught some on top water, and figured I'd try to catch a big one on a swim bait. And the first cast with it, I caught a 7-pounder, and then that was about 20 casts later, I caught the 8-12. So.
Brandon, what are
I'm not much of a swim baiter, but now I got one more. So this is my last one. I don't have a clue what kind it is or who makes it, but it's big.
Is there potential you could get more of those tonight?
I'm hoping somewhere, or hoping Shane has more.
We were also wondering, Brandon, what would it take to turn you into a big swim bait guy?
12 is a start.
That's a pretty good start. Good answer right there, Brandon Cobb. Man, showing off for us here. A Rapala live view.
That was awesome.
That 8-12 gets and 8-12 gets a little handshaking going on.
Could you show us what that swim bait looks like, Brandon? Is that okay?
I will as soon as I get this thing screwed on here.
Look at that piece of meat.
My other one just flew off somewhere. I need to find him.
There it is. Beautiful. Now that's the last one you have, correct?
Correct. This is the only one I have. I've got some Zoom 6-inchers that I think they'll bite, so that's going to be my next bait.
Well, I bet your marshal can find that other one for you. He seems to be able to do everything else.
Yeah, absolutely right.
See if they'll bite again.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Actually, I can feel the fish on the spot. When I reel my swim bait, or when I was throwing jerk bait on it earlier, I can actually feel my bait running into the fish. They're not biting every cast.
Wow. Brandon, that was fantastic. We're just going to watch you for a little while here because we suspect you might do it again.
Just got a text from Mark Jeffries.
I hope so.
Hey, make that happen again. That was awesome.
Yeah, we like that.
That was great.
It was almost, we mentioned it, would we see the biggest bass ever on Bass Live, which was that 9-14 that Rick Clunn caught at Palatka. That's not far, and being Rapala bonus live watch right there.
Pretty good call, though. He upgraded 4 pounds, 12 ounces. He got 32-1 on the day.
Brandon, we're going to let you fish on right here. Thanks again so much. That was a great, that was our best bonus coverage ever.
Does not know the brand name, does not know any of it, just knows he has to get more.
Hey, that's it.
That's awesome.
Right
Good
there.
luck, man.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Boy, the swim baiter's been going wild.
Yeah,
Lake
that
Fork,
has been the common theme. Shallow water swim baiting has been pretty much the #1 punch for all your leaders so far.
You get right here quick. Chad Pipkins in third. When we were on break, he caught a 4-1 and then a 6-5 and a 7-0. Within 10 minutes. See, we haven't talked about Clark Winlat today. He's Just caught a 1.5 pounder. He's only around 8 pounds. What'd you do, wear him out?
He wore himself out last week, but
you went to your own little lake fork, didn't you?
We did. We had a little, it's a little mini lake fork is what it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mini.
It was
and a mini.
fun.
Yeah,
fun.
sounds like it.
Exhausting. Had a good time with Clark. Good to be back working together. And Clark made a comment that was the best fishing day of his life.
Wow.
That's saying something.
That is saying something for
It's a dude from Texas, man.
Yeah, who's been everywhere and done everything.
It's the best fishing day of my life, and I didn't even fish.
Garbage disposal.
Boy, it's like this lake, the entire lake almost completely turned on at 11:30.
It's like maybe what Brandon was saying had a definite ring of truth. Just now recovering from all the lightning and electricity and the storm.
You know, let's do it, Tommy.
Okay, well now the picture's been changed now as far as Power Pole replay of the day.
Has it?
I think we have a Cracker Barrel.
What?
We have a Cracker Barrel hickory smoked ham. New Power Pole replay. It's this double right here, huh?
Exactly right, even though I'm a big fan of their pancakes, my friend.
Well,
woo! Hey, Keith Combs, we thought you were the Power Pole replay of the day until this right here. Wait, what? Ronnie, break in the hymn. Hey, Brandon Cobb, bonus BC footage. You are the Power Pole Cracker Barrel Hickory Smoked Ham replay. I need it. You got to hold it out, Ron. Brandon Cobb,
circular breathing. Circular breathing.
It was awkward. We had awkward pauses right there, but nonetheless, Brandon Cobb, you are the Power Pole Cracker Barrel Hickory Smoked Ham. You caught a hickory smoked ham
Well,
right
yes,
there.
that's a double ham right
BC
there.
Brandon Cobb.
Bone in.
8-12.
Power Pole replay.
James West, Super Marshal.
What are you doing with that microphone here?
Exactly right,
That's
my friend.
Weird.
Does not know the brand name, does not have a clue how long that swim bait is, but here's what we know.
Oh, my
he said
gosh.
he needs
Look.
more. I mean, that's a dadgum Lake Fork, East Texas.
8-13, and that's the lead for Brandon Cobb
Wow.
right there, jumping ahead of Chris Zaldane, also catching him on
Is
a
he the
swim
most
bait.
laid-back human being we have ever
He's
covered in a
absolutely
tournament?
unflappable.
He's
Absolutely
unflappable.
unflappable. I won't say he's not a flatliner, but he's just very unflappable.
Tom, the guy caught a 9-pounder and was not even breathing heavy.
That's something special, that's for sure. Some special stuff definitely happening on Lake Fork. We'll be back with more on Bassmaster.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
during the month of May, you can enter the Fish with Keith Combs sweepstakes for a daily chance to win a $100 Cracker Barrel Old Country Store gift card. A grand prize winner will be selected in May for your chance to fish with me, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Keith Combs. Trip includes round-trip airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending money. Enter daily during May at bassmaster.com/fishwithkeithcombs.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original power bait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Sort of expecting things to be popping here at some point during this first day of competition at Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, and so they have been. Brandon Cobb, who's put himself on top. The rest of the field should not have let him get there. The last time he was on top, he kept the lead for 4 straight days. Became the first guy to win wire-to-wire in a long time.
And it's almost like the sleeping giant being Lake Fork absolutely awoke. And it was interesting listening to Brandon Cobb say, I just think the lightning and the thunder and that massive wicked front that came through messed up this lake, but this lake is on fire right now.
He said it just had recovered, and he responds by catching a 7.5 and almost a 9 and taking over the lead. What a great year it's been for him. 12th place right now in AOY points, Toyota Bassmaster AOY points. And in his first year as an Elite Series Pro, got that win wire-to-wire at Lake Hartwell, 14th at Lanier, 20th, top 20 at St. John's. Just a great year. Had a little stumble, self-admitted, at Winyah Bay, but man, oh man, anybody trade places with Brandon Cobb right now.
Take a look at our Hummingbird the lake, Tommy Sanders. Really, all of our anglers pretty much spread out. And listening to a 1 Lee Libesy, he made the comment, as swollen as this lake is, as much current that's going through this lake, the way the fish have just totally got done spawning here in the last few weeks, this tournament will be won shallow, at least so far today. Lee Libis, even though he has struggled, the shallow water guys, the shallow water swim baiters, they are the ones that have pulled into the lead.
65 fish over 4 pounds today.
Wow.
That's strong.
How many over 7s?
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them over 7.
7 over 7 right now.
One of those is that 812 from Brandon Cobb we saw in live watch.
Chris Aldane's got a couple over 7. We see him fishing not too far from Keith Combs. Same arm. Drew Benton's having a good day out there as well. Drew Benton with over 21 pounds in his virtual live well. Every fish that we catch today is going to be weighed and released unless they are an over the 24, the top end of the slot limit, and they'll be eligible to take them back and show them off for the folks at weigh-in time. Brandon Cobb also leading our Phoenix today's Big Bass. If Brandon Cobb can hang on to that spot, if he can wire that one as well, he'll pick up.
It's got to be Big Bass of the week, right?
It's got to be Big Bass. He's got to wire to wire. He's got to win. Yeah. And he'll win a Toyota Tundra for his troubles.
I don't know how it all works.
Greg Talley knowing he's got to upgrade his total weight for sure. Same story for Brett Pruitt. Although Brett would be in the cut if the cut were to happen today. It won't happen until after tomorrow's session. We'll have the full field again fishing tomorrow, and the top 35 only will reconvene on Sunday. They'll be out here Saturday, but interacting with fans and having a lot of fun there. Let the fish rest for one day and get back after it on a Sunday and a championship Monday in this Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest.
Pile of anglers over 20 pounds by the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we'll have cameras on top 6 anglers tomorrow. Tom, correct?
Sunday and Monday, the top 10 anglers. You look at our top 2 right now, and they are on track to fulfill Keith Combs' prediction of the winning weight.
We're going to have an off day. We're going to have an off day on Saturday.
Off day on Saturday.
Sunday, Monday.
Right. Championship Monday.
Country Western, country rock concert.
Hickory smoked ham. Yes.
Thank
all of that.
You taught me.
Okay.
Hickory ham.
It's all a part, Saturday's concert's all a part of the Year of the Fan deal that we've been doing since the Classic blew up so many numbers. We've been taking times to do that. That's
Ronnie,
why we'll have the
Are
Elite
you a country
series.
Western fan? Do you listen? What's your deal?
More like a country Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, country Eastern. Southeastern. No, but they have the concert series. I believe Mercury's been putting those on at every event.
I've seen Mercer go at some of those Texas Fest, those Texas Fest concerts. I've seen him.
Does he get down?
He gets, he's a guy that really loves the event.
Oh,
just
sure.
The event.
Oh, the event, the occasion. He rises to the occasion.
He will get out there. He will.
We got 3 pretty good solid fish. It's been a grind here the last couple hours. We caught a good one on the Carolina rig about an hour ago, and I've just been trying to run some points and try to make that happen, try to get them another good bite. We ain't fishing for a lot of bites, but it's, like I said, it's been some good ones. I'd like to have 2 more for sure, but we got some time. We're gonna hopefully make it happen.
Don't tell me you've got more BC bonus coverage.
Oh, yes, actually we do.
No,
Chad
you don't.
Pipkins is right here.
Here we go.
Chad, nice day so far. Tell us kind of what's been the key for you.
It got good quick, man. It was awesome. That's all the good stuff I hear about Fork. Finally got one of the right places at the right time. I've had a good practice, and it's funny how it goes. You know, I was fishing mostly shallow and found a few big ones on the bed the other day, and I started on those, and of course that never worked out. And then I only fished deep for a little bit, and I found 2 places. And so now we're kind of running some new stuff. You know, rolled up to one of them and caught a 4-pounder, and then had another one miss it, and then we rolled up to the second one, and it was like every cast. It was a blast. Catching white bass, small bass. Lost a couple of good ones, and then caught that 6, a 7, a 4. And it's crazy. All I can get them to bite right now is a Demiki DC 300, little crankbait, and they're just choking it, but they won't bite anything else. So, I mean, we're just going to try to find some new water. I mean, I only fished deep a couple hours in practice. It was real fortunate to find a couple places, so I'm trying to be smart about it today, and maybe we can find another place or two, you know? So, yeah.
Chad, when you say you're catching them deep, what's been the predominant depth where those big ones have come from?
Yeah, it's kind of like mid depth. I feel like they're not really out all the way yet, and it's like they're sitting in 10 to 14 feet. It's just this crankbait gets down there nice, and it's just been fun for a little while. It's pretty frustrating this morning, so I'm gonna try to, like I said, move around a little bit, and hopefully tomorrow we can take advantage of some shad spawn. And I think that thunder and lightning might have messed it up. I mean, I'm sure guys still stroked them in the morning, but I just had a rough morning. Had some really big ones that were locked on yesterday that I shook off, and you know they weren't there. I couldn't see them, and you know it was just it was a slow start, but we got it going pretty good. So it's been a good afternoon here.
Chad, you talk about it being a timing thing. Is there any way? Yeah. Is there any way to control that, or is that just totally a random thing? You just have to be fortunate to get there when they run in there and start eating.
Yeah, I mean, the morning deal's been really good for me. I chose to try to catch a couple big ones off beds, and I think I kind of missed the window. And so tomorrow, hopefully I can get started a little earlier, because it gets hard, you know, in the afternoon. And I'm sure, like I said, guys just crush them all day, but I've never been here before, never seen the lake, and I just tried to be efficient in practice and not run all over the place. I wanted to kind of get in a section of the lake, you know, and just have a little bit of deep stuff, a little bit of shallow stuff, and then just kind of slowly figure it out as the tournament goes on. You know, it's worked out today, and hopefully we can do the same tomorrow.
Will you give those
spawners? That's the biggest largemouth bag bass I've ever caught.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Will
nice.
you give those spawners a look again, or no?
Oh, yeah, we're going to give them a look.
How big were they?
The last, 30, 40 minutes, just to see it. There was one that was a definite 6, one that was probably 7, and they were shallow, and I got good looks at them because I watched them swim my bait out yesterday. And there's a lot of fish up shallow. They're tricky. You know, there's quite a few fish in the 4-pound class, and you know, I hope to go look a little bit. But I'm really, the next couple hours, I'm gonna hit the 2 places I've caught them again right now, and then I'm gonna go try to find, another place if I can. Just hop around a little bit. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Chad, you say you've never been to Lake Fork before. Has anything here surprised you? Anything that has popped up that you really, really didn't expect?
No, I mean, it's funny you hear about everybody just, this place is amazing, and it is, but it's still nothing's ever easy, you know what I mean? And just getting down here and practice, you have days and hours without bites, and then when you find them, like, it's very specific sometimes. So it's been fun today. I mean, I was supposed to come scout down here, but I had to miss that trip because of my dang arm, but it's feeling better, and we're getting there, and it's working out today. Hopefully it'll continue. We got to roll.
All right, good stuff. Chad's got a roll here. Thank you, Chad, for that good info right there. And Chad, boy, if he could have got started early this morning a little bit better, sounds like he would have been
imagine if he gets
right
one
on top.
1 or 2 of those spawners to bite.
Oh, yeah. Lee Livesey, another view of Lee there. Lee's got to get on his horse a little bit.
He's got some work to do.
You don't want to be down there in the 10, 12, 13-pound range today. You want to be up right around 18, 20 at least, I would think. And he's got time.
Boy, it is scary how fast those 22 to 30 pound bags happen.
Just popped in there. I mean, just bang, 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 right up on the leaderboard.
See if we can't sneak back around the corner. Keith Combs.
All right, Snowden, saw me catch it. Don't you be coming in here, Snowden. I don't think he's going to help us. Well, maybe. 3.7?
3, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Well, no, not yet. I'm not zeroed. Come on, baby. Zeroed.
Boy, his Marshall must be cold.
He does look, he's all bundled up like he's
really bundled up.
Like he's on an Antarctic expedition.
Little suckers. Oh, God, big old school underneath us, too.
See Combs backing
I don't
up
need
right
it
there.
in there.
Drew the whole school to the boat on that last fish catch.
God, they're down there.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Pretty substantial. Yeah. Looks like fun.
Gosh. Wow.
Boom.
Hello.
Yeah.
God, I love this game.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's just dirty right there. Oh. Y'all stay off my hole now, son. You hear me?
Is it 8? It's 8, isn't it?
7 something. If
yeah.
At the very least.
Scale is 0.
Got a 9-pound head.
8.3.
7.14.
9 pounds.
7.5. Want me to re-zero and try again? You get 2 reways during the day.
7.6 now. Not 7.5.
7.5.
Well, put him in the wheel. I guess. I mean, he's an over. He's He's like 9 pounds length. So I'm gonna keep fishing.
Yeah. 7 pounds 5.
That's one we'll see at the weigh-in. That's an over 24.
I mean, that was a genuine melon head.
It was outside the slot limit, man. Yeah, that's gosh.
Wow.
That's a creature from.
But you
Big
know
Lagoon
when you
right
see Keith Combs go crouching tiger when he hooks one, it's a big one.
You've
and he
seen
went
that before,
full
haven't you?
blown
Yeah.
crouching tiger right there.
Oh my gosh.
That is a Whoville size bass
Ooh,
right there.
Word.
Ooh.
Oh man, oh man. Yeah, you'll see that one at weigh-in time. Anybody catches one over 24, which is the top end of the slot, gets to bring it in and show off for the folks.
I sure thought it was 8 something. I mean, it's like 27 inches long.
That was fun to watch. Pull the
Hey,
school
I
in
want you to
and got
really,
after 'em.
really watch what he did on that fish. He caught that 3-pounder, the cast before, said, I drew the whole school to me. And I've watched him do that 100 times where he will back up to make sure that crankbait goes back through that school that he drew.
And he's hooked up again. No, sorry.
That's a big old 7.5, man. Well.
Eight fish over 7 pounds.
I bet we have more.
Do you not freak out every time those big ones jump next to the boat with that plug all the way outside of his mouth?
Rat. You know, it's kind of one of them deals where you almost think, okay, I ain't got but one really good hole. I gotta preserve it a little bit. But why? I mean, you know, shoot, I gotta catch 35 pounds. So, and maybe one of my other spots will spark tomorrow. A couple more of those kind we could get off of it. 7s and 8s.
He really thought that was bigger than 7.
Yes, could tell.
Would you have
And you got
re-zeroed? You?
I would. If he said he had 2 of them, why didn't you just do it right then?
Yeah, it doesn't cost anything.
You know, you can be wrong, and that's fine to be wrong. But I could see it. I mean, big eyes, big head, post spawn, skinny, long. You know,
he wasn't just super thick, but
Still,
long.
How often do you cull up 4 pounds 3 ounces? He's going to be right at 25 even, 4th place, ounce behind Pipkins.
To get in the top 10 for the biggest bass of the day so far, you got to have a 6'10".
Look at that thing. I mean, that is a dadgum East Texas stud. Boy, it does have a 9-pound head.
Yeah.
One that looks like it got done spawning about 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Gosh, look at that. Cradling a little baby.
Yeah, it's the creature from the
He's
ugly lagoon.
He's up again. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon.
These are rat finks. Boy.
What's crazy is to be in the top 10 for biggest bass on the first half of day 1 at Lake Fork. It's got to be the big bass from Lanier, Hartwell, and Winyah Bay. 6'10" was bigger than all
For
3
the
of
top
those.
10. Right.
Yeah, just to get 10th.
Right.
Which is going to get bumped in about 14
Actually, no, I'll just change the hook on this one. I'm good, buddy. Twisted me up.
With a 6-pounder, Jeff Gustafson is in 16th place with only 3 fish. Almost 17 pounds.
Sure are mixed up in sizes here. They're all little guys. I don't want little guys. I mean, like 3.7 small.
Place where a 3-pounder is a rat, officially.
I was really interested in listening to Keith Combs talk himself out
We can
of
make some big upgrades. Oh God, I just ran my bait into one.
talking himself out of going shallow this morning.
Oh, he
went shallow. He did go shallow for 37 seconds.
With another big one.
Yeah.
kind of coming off.
The old gargantuan kind of wins you a truck. I really thought that was a 9-pounder when I was playing it in.
See if that'll replace the 3.2.
Can.
What? No, it should be 3.7. 3.7?
I think it is, right?
You're right. 3.7.
Yeah.
I don't think that's 3.7 to you. You want to weigh it too?
No, probably goes 1.2 pounds on my scale. I'm in trouble with Tripp if he just heard that. Gonna be like, Combs, get over here. Talk about my scales. I already about had it with you.
He's feeling way more chipper now, isn't he?
You think?
He's feeling it.
Oh, yeah.
Any chance we can get some BC?
How about somebody that's hooked up? How about Luke Palmer?
What?
For that matter. There he is right there.
BC bonus coverage, Luke Palmer hooked up live.
That almost worked out good there if it had been a big. And I caught enough. I'd already went through the area actually a little bit, and I turned around and I looked back there behind her head, and I seen a fish bull through that frog up there, and 5, 6 ate it. So after that, I caught a couple other fish. I said, they're not gonna. I'm scared. Just stare, keep out.
Well, we got a little look at it. Apparently, it wasn't a real big.
It's like a little Cracker Barrel BC splash. What?
What does that mean?
Mark Menendez is back. Got a 4-pounder a minute ago and a 5-pounder 15 minutes ago. He's up to 11th place with 19.5.
What a year for him.
Absolutely.
And then came
overachieving every
I
event.
set the hook a minute ago. You know, it felt like it was a bite.
It didn't take that long for him to reload. We were here at 10:30. We're back at 12:30. I mean, they want to slide up there. You just ain't gonna let you beat on them forever. You can't stay here.
Hey, what do you say we start with Keith? We end with Keith.
Kind of a sandwich.
A little bit like a Cracker Barrel hickory smoked ham. Started with this double right here during our break. Woo! Taking a look at Chris Groh right there from earlier this morning.
Frank Talley. Some small ones early, but then he got that one in. Feel a lot better.
Big one right here from young Patrick Walters.
Yeah, that's a nice
We got us one. Get us 3 more like that, we're going to make it interesting.
Absolutely. Brandon Cobb. This was bonus coverage, baby.
Bonus coverage. Sweet footage there. A couple minutes after that, well, that's what we waited to see all day. A giant.
God, I love
Keith Combs.
Whew, the big ones have arrived. The big ones are already here. The anglers have arrived on the big ones. The weigh-in coming up at 4 Eastern time. Only big ones, just 24, just overs. Over the slot limit fish brought into the weigh-in today. Everything else released back into the pond, so that's a good deal as well. We got plenty more on the way. A lot more fishing, a lot of time to catch up, and a lot of time to get caught, unfortunately, on Bassmaster.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
The amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's the key bait to catch them once you find them.
It imitates everything those bass are keyed in on. One of the best tools we have as tournament anglers is something that can cover water. You know, being able to move through unproductive water to find those stretches of productive water is really, really important for us. So something that we can cast and retrieve back to the boat at a pretty steady to quick pace is something that is going to be a great tool for me. And there's really not much better tool out there on the market right now than a bladed jig.
This is the Terminator shuttering bait.
There is no other vibrating swim jig on the market that moves near the water that this bait does.
You know, there's a lot of different makers, a lot of different styles, but no one ever had one that I felt worked really good in the muddiest of water until I got my hands on these.
That cup design is very, very different. Most bladed jigs have a real thin metal blade. This is actually a plastic material, and having that cup is what makes it a lot different from everything else. It catches the water and actually moves the blade, which makes the whole jig move side to side so much more. That's really important when those bass are feeding heavy. If you look at this thing in the water, you can see that the jig head actually hangs down below the blade. So the blade's working, it's catching the water, but having the jig head set down below it, it's down there kind of doing its own separate thing. So they're working together separately.
And the other thing about it is big fish. I mean, you know, you're fishing for numbers, but at the same time, a lot of times I've caught the biggest fish in my tournament on a bladed jig.
And we've designed this to where it'll handle big fish. It's got a 5/0 custom VMC heavy-duty hook in it, and it's also got really strong components from the snap to the split ring that attaches the blade to the head. Every piece of it is geared towards catching big fish on.
Man, that's a beautiful fish. She ate that shuttering bait right in the corner of the mouth, exactly how you want it.
It's just got a really, really good thump to it, and I can seem to get more bites fishing it slow, like practically dragging it on the bottom, actually.
The great part about this is it's heavy enough that I can make very targeted, low underhand casts, so it's not just an open water chunk and wind bait.
You know, just try to make the most accurate cast you can, and then when you get near the target, I like giving it a little snap here and there. Just seems like the more erratic your retrieve is, especially when you're fishing around visible cover like this.
When we were working on the shuttering bait, I wanted to pick out
several different colors that really fit my style of fishing, and we were able to do that. We've got 9 colors in it and 2 sizes, 3/8 and a 1/2 ounce. And dialing these colors in was something that was a lot of fun because we actually have the ability to match the blade to the bait. That's something that with most bladed jigs,
you know, you just don't have that ability. With the shuttering bait, we did.
We can dye that, or we can make it a matte finish as we did on like some of the black ones to where it doesn't have the flash when we don't want it. And the neat thing about this too as an angler, if you want to customize it, you can take that blade off and put it on one of the other jigs if you so choose.
Couple features on the shuttering bait.
Number 1 is a trailer keeper. You always fish this bait with some type of a trailer. Having a trailer keeper on there extends the life of that bait, and it makes more of your cast productive because your trailer is going to stay in place where it needs to be. I mean, an all-around great head design. That comes through cover extremely well.
A lot of the other baits that are like this, it's real hard to throw around brush like we're doing, but this one just deflects off everything. You just don't get snagged as often. You go back in there and you just think you can't get a bite. This is one of those baits that'll get you a bite or two.
That unique custom design cup lip catches and moves so much water that the amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
The streets up.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Got to tell you, here at Lake Fork, here's a shocker. It's all about big bass. We are seeing plenty of them today. We saw a great one. Bonus coverage from Brandon Cobb, bringing in a 9-pounder, almost just under 9-pounder to take the lead. Chris Zaldane, we watched him earlier, saw some stills of him. We got some bonus coverage of Chris as well. Chad Pitkins having a great day. Micah Frazier having yet another great tournament. Ditto Corey Johnson, Luke Palmer, Keith Combs. If you ever ask yourself, what are the big top 10 big bass of the day?
What?
I think we can accommodate.
Well,
How
here
about
we go.
that list right there? Phoenix Most Big Bass of the Day. Brandon Cobb with that 812. Keith Combs at 7.5 that he thought was bigger.
Well, Zaldane's
a lot of
name's
people
on there. Zaldane having a big morning. Said he's probably, when he approached that 30-pound barrier, kind of going to back off his area a little bit. Said he does not have a lot of water, but really the story of the afternoon, and this guy right here, Keith Combs.
Yeah, look at the head on this one. Look at the size
This
of the
was
mouth
actually
on
from this morning.
Oh, wait, yeah, okay,
This is
that's
his
not the
first
one.
fish of the morning. Earlier today for Keith Combs. And then he went in a major. I'm talking about Functified.
Oh, yeah. He was in a funk up to this point. This was 2 hours in. He caught that and went on another. Yeah.
Exactly right.
Now here's
a double during our. What is that? Is that an emergency?
That's an emergency.
What is that? A tornado?
There's flooding
That
in the
is
studio.
Keith Combs.
There's flooding in the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Got
Please
lit
stay
up.
up on your platform.
Hey, there's a reason that takeoff was delayed 30 minutes. It's the same cell that hit there.
Right,
It's hitting
exactly.
here right now. Flash flood warnings
Landed
everywhere.
that Darva
galore.
conger here right just
What?
about 30
No,
minutes ago.
you didn't
Sorry,
say that,
I don't
did you?
know what I'm saying anymore at all.
Chad Pipkins, you notice, just got up to 29 pounds, 7 ounces. He caught a 6.8 when we went to break, and now he just landed a 5 1/4. That's a good day.
I'll tell you what's been very unique to watch today. Seeing Keith Combs locked
again.
up.
Oh, he's in the crouch, so look out.
No, it wasn't even interesting what I was going to say.
You'll get to say it.
A little bit pixelated, but
Yeah.
this is going to be a giant.
You know the body language?
Yes. If he goes crouching
21
tiger, I mean, it's on. Yes, sir.
Catching it. After a slow start. Yeah, that's a big one. Not the 7 or 8, but boy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Feeling it.
Whew. That's what I'm talking about, boy. I love it. Got a face full of old chartreuse and blue.
He throws that chartreuse,
Skinny, though.
that powder blue back chartreuse, and
If he had 4 pounds, we got a
Tennessee
problem.
shad 6XD, the most,
Scale
those
0.
two colors. Oof.
Five eight.
Now that fish looked 5'8".
Yeah, yeah.
That fish looked 5'8".
Right on the money.
He's going to test it. He's going to test it.
$5.80.
Well, there we go. Hey, you don't, doesn't cost anything to double check.
Yes, sir.
Does not cost a cent.
Well, there was a blog that Trip Weldon, they calibrated all the scales they're using out there, and they were all exact on 5 pounds. Exactly, everything's the exact same. All our scales.
Nobody else found them. Well, they'd have been in here.
Yeah.
So.
But those are the two colors he throws the most. That powder blue back.
They're coming to it.
Wow.
That's a rat.
And Tennessee shad, those two
Tennessee
colors.
shad.
Absolutely.
Describe Tennessee shad.
Oh, kind of, it's got that olive back. It's got that olive back,
yeah.
kind of a white side, got a little
Whitey.
red spot on its chinny chin.
Mm-hmm.
Chad Pipkins just caught a 5'4", 29.7. You just said that, Such, but that's crazy that 3 or 4 of his biggest fish aren't even on the top 10 big bass of the day.
Well, what I was going to say about watching the fishing this morning, those shallow water swim baiters caught them really good early, for sure. But this deep bite really started. If you looked at Pipkins and you looked at Combs, this was a 10 o'clock on.
Yeah, yeah.
That could be a long morning sitting here for like 2 hours.
Pipkins is close to the straight flush. He's got a 4, a 5 plus 2 6s and a 7. He just needs to get rid of one of those for a 8.
That's it? That's all I got?
Capital A, though.
Capital. Any explanation point? Takes a lot to impress that man.
Feeling it.
Yeah, Keith Combs feeling it for sure. Talking about his spot, and no one else has found it. Lee Livesey has not found it today. That's a surprising thing.
Frogging and fluking. I'll probably catch some 2-somethings and have a shot at a couple big ones. My buddy over there, White Skeeter, knows what lives here. He's like, there's one. Freaking giant. It's a giant. Oh God, it's got one hook, barely hooked. He's barely hooked. No, don't do that.
Oh my gosh.
I got an over to bring in. Gosh, he's skinny as a rail. Need 4 more of those.
0.
She ain't gonna weigh much because she's so skinny.
All that.
Come on, 7-Eleven, I need 8 rounds. We're rocking. She's gonna be 24.
Spawned out tail.
I agree. I'm just going 7-13 to. All right, now how are we measuring this stuff with the
big
measuring
one?
to make sure that's an over. We going to the weigh-in.
20 times.
Boy, that one was jumping. And
yeah.
One hook in it. That was pretty touch and go for a
Same
moment.
thing, though, you heard him saying right before that fish bit, I know I could go shallow and catch a bunch of 2 to 3 pounders.
Chad Pipkins, a 6'14". He calls
Good,
out his
man, good.
threes up to 31-15 in the lead.
Transfer some stuff from my live well to get this one. Just got this one over 7-11.
Is he putting his boots in his live well?
Putting fish in them.
No, I need 4 more of those. I threw in there like 40 times. So I threw in there like 40 times. I was about to leave. I was on my trolling motor going this way. I usually catch them like where my boat is.
That was awesome.
Great shot right there. Wow.
Live drone.
That is the whole story.
Still live. What's up, guys? Finally caught a bass. Took me all day to catch one. 7-pounder, almost 8. Skinny, should be a 10-pounder. Spawned out and skinny. But we got one almost 4 and one almost 8, and then a bunch of little babies. We just need 3 more good ones. We got about 2 hours maybe. I don't even know what time it is. Appreciate everybody watching. Appreciate these guys running with me all day even though I didn't catch anything. 12:53, we got 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I can get right here. There's a couple more here. We still rolling live? Yep. All right, guys, we're gonna try to get one on camera. See if we can get another one going right here.
That guy kind of sucks.
Big shout out to all my sponsors this week. It's been a crazy week with this being my home lake, and I hadn't got to answer a lot of phone calls or a lot of texts from anybody. So thanks everybody for the support and watching, and all my sponsors for supporting me this year too. It's been a good year so far. We got to dig ourselves out of a hole right here. We just caught one to start it. Need 3 more like that, and we'll go to the weigh-in.
In the midst
that was weird. I threw in there like 4 or 5 times. Nothing. Yeah. And then I threw back there, and I was on the trolling motor like this, going this way, and it just went. Usually if they're in there, they just eat.
In the midst of the Chad Pipkins update of taking the lead and Lee Livesey's almost 8-pounder, Combs's flurry we just saw, 27-1. 27-1 for his best 5. 4th place.
Fishing, but it's kind of going to...
It's fine. I just didn't want to step on it.
Jay Yella's sighting is 713's got him up to 22.
Wow.
She was about where she's supposed to be. There's not many of them out here because the lake's so high is what it is. Gosh, she was barely hooked and was jumping like crazy. She was really hooked on the outside of her face just one time.
So, Lee, tell me about walking across the stage with just with a fish here. It's different to the other events.
Yeah. I mean, not everybody's going to have one walking across the stage, and everybody wants to see fish. That's why they're at the weigh-in. So it'll be pretty cool to have one to walk across the stage. I wish I could catch one to Cole, that one. That's what I want. What kind of weight did that move me up to?
16.
Okay, so I won't feel like a total loser if I show up with what I got. I might be in 60th. Come on, why is there not more here? Can't believe there's not another one in there.
What's the biggest one worth?
That's not going to make it, but it's worth a tundra.
Yep.
Somebody's going to catch a big 9 or a 10, or you never know here, but usually a low 10 this time of year or a big 9. There's some guys fishing, like Carl's fishing for big ones. Somebody like that's going to catch a giant. Like that's a giant. She just didn't have any eggs or any shad in her. She's full of shad. She weighs 9 something. She's full of eggs and shad. She weighs 10 something. God, I don't know whether to go or stay. There should be another one in there.
40 times. You're catching 41, remember?
That's right. I got some big ones on bed in Searcy. I wonder if I should go over there and try to catch 2 or 3 decent fish. Because it's definitely not happening. This is dead. Some fireball. There you go. Somebody's making a play over there. Yeah. You're good.
Do dogs turn their back on you on the water, Z?
Oh, everybody does pretty much, to be honest with you. It has nothing to do with dogs.
Throw that jig out there in just a couple times for a lead.
See what happens in my house. Next couple hours are pretty critical for Lee Livesey and the rest of this event. Really are.
We heard him say he had to throw up there 40 times to get that one fish. That's
right.
Takes some nerve to stay there another hour.
It's interesting that he did say that he was going to do a lot of big swim baiting on different shell beds up shallow on here on day number 1, and we've not seen him do much of that at all. We saw a little bit of it this morning.
Start, yeah.
And that was more of a threadfin spawn, but he said he was going to really concentrate on that gizzard shad spawn throughout the afternoon with a swim bait. And I guarantee you these are the same areas, but we have not seen much of that.
A lot of local interest in Lee Livesey.
It's been an exhausting last hour.
It has been, and it's been fun. Some big bass coming in. Lots of changes on the leaderboard. Chad Pitkins, as a matter of fact, on top.
Look at that.
Officially. Great double from Keith Combs.
And it kind of seems like that storm that was there earlier this morning is just arriving here at the studio in Little Rock.
It's been here.
It has been.
It's been here about 2 hours.
2 hours.
And it is absolutely dumping on
I mean, that
our
is
precinct
a
here.
Cracker Barrel honey glazed ham that he caught right there.
Hickory
It's a
smoke.
ham
Beautiful.
loaf.
Yeah.
It's ham
No,
loaf.
it's not a ham loaf. Nobody wants ham loaf. Chad Pitkins on top, and Brandon Cobb, a winner from 2 events ago at Lake Hartwell, right in there.
Yellis quietly come up the
former
leaderboard.
Classic champ. Moving up in there, Luke Palmer, other big performers from this year, including Micah Frazier. That is a big time. Top 10 right there. And folks, like we said, we got a couple hours, a little less than a couple of hours to fish.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha B.A.S.S SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a B.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover B.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Mother Nature is my playground. When I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Hunter Shryock. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Phoenix Boat 618 Pro XP with a Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $48,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows? You could win.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope. There he is.
Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait, now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go, giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley, catch more fish.
Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of Bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com. If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
We've got a lot of folks benefiting from the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department today, as they always do on Lake Fork. Some tremendous management measures through the years have made it what it is today, in large part. There's our TH Marine weather watch right there. Tomorrow, gonna have thunderstorms in and out, a high of 77 degrees, low down 62, a little bit cooler at night, not quite as much wind. Very similar story on Saturday. Of course, we won't be fishing on Saturday, but they have a big crowd on hand out there, so if you're headed that way, a high of 79. Partly cloudy, great weather.
Day to go out there.
Great weather.
Absolutely right.
Great weather. There's Lee Livesey. Caught a really good one. 8+ to turn his fortunes around a little bit. Like he said, he would like to have 4 more of those. Keith Combs catching them 2 at a time at one point.
Well, you
really
look at the weather. I'm telling you,
the
way the weather's setting up, it is playing into a lot more. 85 on Monday.
Wow.
It's setting up a lot more fish could be pulling offshore if this lake kind of stabilizes and doesn't swell anymore.
I don't think we've got any big all-day soaker type rains on the way after this. There's a few pop-ups tomorrow and maybe this afternoon. One we're kind of keeping our fingers crossed. It goes a little north and arrives a little later. Looks like it probably will.
Walter's looking at one, looks like.
Flash, which she was just...
Yikes. Luke Palmer, an 8-12. He's up to 26-12.
Fifth place.
26-12, he's in fifth place.
Total.
Got to saw the truck in half right now because they're both tied for the Big Bass.
Toyota Tundra for the Big Bass of the week.
If that algae wasn't surrounding the bed, it wouldn't be too bad. It's like the only clean spot is in the bed.
Haven't said Brandon Lester's name, but during break he caught a 614. It's up to 20 pounds.
Two other places, 3 other places.
Well, I need to
really
say
would
that.
like to
Get
fish.
their names out there.
But I just feel like it could be, you know,
Did you
somebody
see that?
could slide in there, maybe just catch one. And, oh, do I want to spend a whole day there tomorrow, you know? I mean, I've had it happen. Rare, but I did have it happen one time. Of course, that little sucker's not here no more, so I don't think we got many of his kind on this tour.
Cracker Barrel?
Huh?
They want to talk about Cracker Barrel.
What's about fried chicken? Because I wish I had some right now. I'm starting to work up an appetite. Me and my wife been eating at Cracker Barrel quite a bit here lately. It's good stuff. Who wants to talk about Cracker Barrel? Who am I talking to? Mike McKinnis? Well, I'll tell you what. If you want to learn how to throw a crankbait, all you need to do is get you a Chartreuse and Blue Strike King, go to Cracker Barrel, load up on fried chicken, throw it far, reel it fast. That is the best piece of advice I have ever been given, and I live by it every day.
Probable keeper for Frank Talley right there.
It's a coal. Sure. Sure.
Scale 0.
Must be a good one. Patrick Walters is on. He is.
Oh, he is on.
Been on that for a while.
2 pounds, 8 ounces.
Agreed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Selfie game strong.
That fish sat there and hit it like 4 times before he finally ate it. Thump.
Ooh, Livesey.
Thump.
He's hooked up.
Thump.
Watch out. He looks interested.
Ooh, that's the wind baiters we were waiting for.
Freaking pig.
Big, for sure.
Gosh.
Wow. Scales at 0.
Yeah, let me get this hook out.
Belly.
Man, if that one I just caught would look like that, she'd weighed 12.
We're 0.
All right.
It's got a 1-6.
Come on, give me a 6 something.
Call it 5-8.
I want to reweigh. Okay. I only get 2. Might as well use one. Hope it's not 5-6.
0.
Reweigh in here. Re-zero.
5-8.
Okay, let's roll. Good one, guys. Need 2 more. 5-8. She's so fat. I only caught one on that big bait, and you got blood all over your bag. I'm sorry.
Nice little 4-2 colors
Yeah,
up to 20
2
pounds,
more.
7 ounces, and
That one ate it like they're
12th
supposed to.
place.
Don't. What are we circling the 8 for? Oh, okay. I gotcha. Like, man, you're doing stuff I don't even know about.
That's what we say. We're waiting for that swim bait gig.
Else in here. I like to rotate it just to see if something's on it today. I never found them. I mean, so I would just be refishing stuff that I practiced and couldn't catch them on. I don't mean you can't catch them there today, though.
Word from Keith Combs' cameraman says he doesn't want to be where he's at, but he doesn't want to leave and have someone fish it, so he's kind of just sitting there hanging
right
around.
At 20.
Just roasting like a Hickory Sweet
Protecting.
There you go.
Hey guys,
This table.
just caught another 5.8. We got a 7-11, a 5.8, a 3.14, and 2 1-pounders. We got about an hour and a half left, I think. I don't even know what time it is, but finally had 2 big bites in a row. How I like to catch them, that one came on a big swim bait, so we're gonna run some more points and see if it gets right here at the end.
Where's that put him?
Nobody's hit this one yet.
12th.
12th place?
12th place.
1:15. We got 2 hours.
Oh, it's been a grinder, but it looks good on paper.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't care how you get to 20, as long as you get to 20 on day one and just be within somewhat of a range. You don't want to be doubled up on day one. And that's where he was with that 16-pound bag. He was half of the leader's weight. You don't want to be that far back.
What's his two small fish?
112, 110.
Unreal.
Take a look. This is the big one for him today. One of the big ones.
Yeah, he's got 3 good ones that he's put on the scale. He's got 2, but I mean, he has this one he caught 30 minutes ago. He's got a great catch right there too with his hand. I mean that.
I got an over to bring in.
Even if he catches 2 3-pounders, he'll be up to 24 pounds. It's just 2 3-pounders because the culls it'll give him.
How about some BC?
Bonus coverage?
Please.
Oh, courtesy of
There we go.
For sure. Micah Frazier having a great season. Micah not having a bad day either. Things are kind of going your way today. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I had a pretty good day. I mean, I kind of hit 2 flurries and caught 4 or 5 good, solid fish each time. And I caught 1 more up real.
We'll watch Micah for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we got phone trouble there. And that happens sometimes.
Just going to keep watching them. Just BC is all it is. Just bonus coverage.
Bonus coverage has already paid for itself today, as far as I'm concerned.
We are on BC house money.
Yeah, thanks to Brandon Cobb. BC in both ways.
We just got a tornado warning for the county we're in Little Rock.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Good,
that's
good.
scary.
Frazier's made all but 1 cut so far this year.
Had a very solid year.
Also including a 3rd place.
Yes.
At Lake Hartwell, right behind Stetson Blaylock and Brandon Cobb. Big payday there. Made the Classic last year. He's made 3 in all, I believe.
There's going to be 30% of our field, 20 to 30% that have over 20 pounds today.
Wow.
See if we can't slide around the corner right now. Sweet BC coverage right there with young Micah Frazier. Brett Pruitt live.
Oh, what was that? I don't know if he was running from it or trying to eat it. Oh, she tried to eat it, baby. Come here, Gray. Yes, thank you, Lord. Boom. Boom. That was. Feels good to get one in the boat after that long. Another good size one. She should weigh 4.
Tail to 0. Four two.
4.2, looks right to me. Thank you, big girl.
Oh, have him at now.
He was 32nd. That's going to jump him up to about
Yeah, she did underneath it. She just come back and got it.
It's his 4th fish.
Right. One more keeper. I mean, he's got a
Thank
great
you, Lord.
bag.
Thank you.
Yeah, 4.6, 3.13, 5.15, and another 4.
Great camera work right there with Brett Pruitt.
Took a little swing at it and came back.
And I almost passed that fish up. I was doing that frog 100 miles an hour, and I seen that one little cattail over there, and I was like, I better slow it down right there. And something boiled underneath it, so I just stopped the frog and did it 2 more twitches, and she smoked it.
That was awesome.
Been a while for Brett. I'm happy to get a keeper in the
Got
boat.
a great
Good
average,
keeper.
though.
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
average.
It's very, very consistent.
You're getting double coverage. They had it on live on the 2nd channel, and now they're replaying it on the 1st channel.
Awesome.
Yeah, don't forget we have the live mix going on right here on Bassmaster.com. If you want to see something a little different than what you're seeing with
No,
us
there's
here.
got to be another one in here. She can't be by herself.
Patrick Walters is still on that fish.
Like I said, practice has been a grind for me. Like I said, it's just, I knew it was gonna be a grind. I wanted to stick to how I like to fish and at least try to put, I mean, it ain't a grind for some people. I know they're whacking them out there, but for me, and all you can do is what you find and with how I like to fish. I just decided I had to grind it out and try to get them 5 bites, and they'd be the right ones. And they've been some good ones so far. We need that Lake Fork Giant for number 5, and we have us a really good bag. I hadn't fished in here in practice. I just seen it in the corner of my eye running to go hit that spot where I had that one good bite. I didn't see it in practice. Sometimes you just pass stuff up, but I caught it coming in here. I was like, I'm definitely have to run and hit that. The bad thing, I've hit so much stuff that looks like this though, and just ain't got bit. I really ain't understood that part yet. There's some of the same looking stuff all over the place, but there are only certain little stretches of it they seem to be liking.
Well, besides those storms that pushed through last night, it's been a great fishing day. as far as the weather.
Yeah.
It's been
Perfect
really good.
temps and not too much wind, but just a little breakup on the surface. You couldn't ask for better. And they fish 300 days a year on this lake here, on average, so probably more than that. A lot of years.
We got us one more little cattail bush there. Maybe the next one's on it. Come on, Tina. Eat the frog, Tina. Please. Thought I heard him school.
All the spots I wanted to hit. But I need a backup plan. I spent all my time in practice just looking for what those key ingredients for that swim bait pattern. And I don't have a backup plan yet. So for the rest of the day, I'm gonna go find it. Whether it's throwing a frog, skipping a frog up under, the sun's supposed to shine. So later in the tournament, Sunday, Monday. So I got to find a backup plan to where when the sun pops out, I can get a few bites. We didn't have sun in practice. We had a south wind and clouds and rain. So the conditions are going to change. So I want to try to get a jump on the changing conditions. So we're sitting on 30 pounds right now. That's a pretty good bag. But I got to keep mixing it up and just trying to find some backup stuff. So we're going to just kind of scoot around and do that now.
Bonus coverage. You see Rapple, Chris Zaldane right there. I think that's a pretty prudent plan.
Yes.
Third place right now.
Well, he's starting to kind of practice for Sunday and Monday.
But you know exactly what I'm talking about. Really? Right. Start out with a 3/4 ounce weight and like a bead like I was showing and a 3-foot leader and just throw your favorite plastic on there, really.
£4 5-ouncer puts Mark Menendez as our 14th angler over 20 pounds today. He's jumped into 12th place.
Yeah.
I wish it did because they're not cheap.
Patrick Walters on the move again. I guess he never could quite get that big one that he was looking at. I assume it was a big one. He spent a long time on it.
I'm having a heck of a time getting a bait to run right now. It runs good out here. Grass on it. It's just a little off. Killing me.
Pretty solid half hour of fish catching right there. Some nice big largemouth bass.
Quietly, Lee Livesey getting the job done. Catches this one about 45 minutes ago. He Combs just got done catching an almost 8-pounder. Then that fish.
Good one for Livesey, around 5.5-pound range.
And if Lee Livesey's right, he said, boy, the late day bite has been very solid here on Fork the last couple of weeks. How much time we got left, Tom?
Well, we got about an hour's worth of our broadcast.
Exactly.
That's for sure. They probably got an hour and a half worth of fishing time. Chad Pipkins is taking over that lead right there. We saw Brandon Cobb with the 813, biggest Big Bass, Phoenix Big Bass of the day so far.
Weights are staggering.
Oh, the weights are getting up there.
Because I think it's a slightly off day on this lake right now.
Oh, yeah. We're looking for bigger things as we go through 4 days of fishing, taking a championship Monday. We'll take a break. Be right back on Bassmaster.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
It's just crazy. I'm still in shock. It just was meant to be for me this week.
We all have places we go that make us feel most alive. Sometimes it's a destination. Sometimes it's a pursuit. It's difficult to define, but when we're there, we know it. Time slows down. Smiles come easier. And the sense of calm is medicine for the soul. Now we join pro angler and 2017 Bassmaster Classic winner Jordan Lee as he takes us bass fishing in his home state of Alabama. This is his element.
So growing up in Alabama, it's really made me the fisherman I am today. There's
ton of different lakes that offer a different variety of fishing. Lake Guntersville, Smith Lake, you have spotted bass, you have river fishing, you have, pilot and impoundment. So that's one of the reasons I feel like it's got me where I'm at today is growing up in Alabama. I started tournament fishing when I was early on in high school, 9th, 10th grade, and I started out of a John boat, a 99 horsepower on a little lake called Lake Otoma near my hometown in Coleman, Alabama, and that's really where I learned how to, read the water and learn different techniques, and I built off that lake, kind of carried that to Guntersville, where I really got into the tournament scene there. That's really when I knew that, hey, this is something I want to do for a living. In my high school years is when that all went down. College fishing was definitely a big step for me and a big part of why I'm here today. And there was a lot of opportunities that College Bass and that Bassmaster really opened up for the younger generation, and it was something that I took advantage of. And when I won the College Classic bracket, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. And qualifying for the Classic was a dream of mine. It's something that every angler dreams of, is fishing the Bassmaster Classic. And 3 years later, after fishing the Elite Series, and I was fortunate enough to win the Bassmaster Classic in 2017, and that was really the highlight of my career, and that's the highlight of any angler's career. So it's definitely been a dream come true. When I first got hooked on bass fishing, it was to feel that fish on the end of the rod, end of the line, and to feel that pull. And that's something that hadn't gone away from me since the first. I can vividly remember my first encounter with catching 4 and 5 pounders, and when I was 10 years old, and that same feeling is the same feeling I get now, even after fishing professionally. Hooking that fish and finding that fish in the boat is something that will never get old. And the tournament fishing aspect of it is, it brings out the competition. I'm competing against the fish, day in and day out. There's always something to learn, and that's what I love about it. That's why fishing is my element.
Though they are often very different, each of us shares our own unique connection with the outdoors, a passion that drives us, defines us, and centers us. It's where we're most at home. It's where we're in our element.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
It's always a big deal at mid-season, Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. This is a celebration of everything, and what better venue to celebrate in than Lake Fork in Texas. Chad Pipkin's on top right now. Slim margin over Brandon Cobb. These are official weights, by the way. We are weighing and releasing them on the water, save for the overs, the over 24, over the slot limit. Get to bring those in, show them off at weigh-in. Put on a big show for everyone who shows up here in this great part of the country. Boy, this is fishing country right here for sure. The heart of Texas fishing, and the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department should be commended for everything they've done to make Lake Fork, well, a lot of people call the capital of bass fishing for the world.
Would you like to catch 30 pounds, 10 ounces and be in third place?
Yeah,
that is humbling.
Pipkins
That's good and bad right there.
What's
Pipkins
that,
just caught a 5.2 and it didn't help.
Who did?
Wow.
Pipkins.
Good heavens. You got him. Break tally there on the bottom. You see a little sunshine starting to creep in, and we can see it in all our shots right here. It's finally clearing out, and it will be a few more storms over the next day or so, but nothing really long soaking,
Clearing out after that, though.
Type rain. Yeah, after that, it's clear, nice, Sunday and Monday.
Beautiful for the concert Saturday.
Concert, lots of fan entertainment going on and interaction going on Saturday. If you're anywhere in East Texas, North Central Texas, you might want to think about venturing over.
Who's your country singer? Who's your guy?
My favorite country singer?
Who is it?
Merle Haggard. Chris Knight's the guy who's playing at the thing, right?
He's big.
Yeah. But my favorite's Merle Haggard. Yeah. He's no longer with us.
I can shut the door and turn them lights down low.
Who was that?
I have no idea.
That's your country
not
song,
a clue.
is it?
Hey, look at that bald eagle on that tree.
Somebody told me yours, Bradley Cooper, was now your favorite country.
Oh, he's so big.
Live a seat.
Uh-oh.
Just happened right there.
Wow.
Even better.
Yeah, I think he was messing with our cameraman right there because our cameraman was focused on the wildlife.
We got a bald eagle. We got some fans. Everybody done loosened up a little bit.
Tell you what,
Let's
I'm
see
not
what kind of
scared of
damage
you
we
giving
can
me
do
a
here.
Jack and an Ace number to Jason L. Bean. I don't know a single song.
Jack and an Ace.
That's what
That's
I mean.
right, my friend.
I met him at the Classic at one time.
I know, he was at the Classic over in Hartwell. Yeah.
I didn't know him when he was standing there.
Admiring the bass boats.
Fish has been in
I'm gonna
a
stay up
little
here.
corner.
Change my mind.
Shut the door and turn
I wasn't sure if my poles were gonna touch at this angle.
I think you have your own country record coming out sometime, don't you? After this one, all the guys going to load up, get on Highway 75 and go up into Oklahoma. A couple weeks later, we'll
Fort
be on
Gibson.
Fort Gibson Lake,
Should be a
Grand
good
River system.
tournament. You're going to catch them there.
Oh yeah.
Probably going to have some folks stopping by and shooting some videos with us during their off week whenever they're hanging around.
TH Marine weather report tomorrow.
What is it?
What?
Who are you channeling there?
What's wrong?
Who are you talking about?
77 degrees.
The prospector.
Thunderstorms.
Until the buzzer buzzes.
Wind southeast at 7.
Just now starting to get the right wind.
Saturday, high 79
exactly right. Tighten up. Kind of went somewhere for a minute.
59, partly cloudy.
Turkey
Saturday,
shoot.
see, we were talking about Saturday being great weather, just perfect for
exactly
all
right.
the goings on here that will be happening.
Big doings.
At Lake Fork.
Saturday.
Sunday we pick up with the fishing again, warmer.
Mercer want everybody to come out and join us for the
Came off.
Texas Fest Jamboree on Saturday.
Dave's been associated with the tournament for a long time.
Since
he
I
really
think it's
enjoys it.
started.
Yes, he enjoys that association.
He
does such
has
a great job.
pictures on his phone that he has shared with us from the celebrations.
Oh, yeah,
past.
yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, notice that. Uh-oh.
Missed him.
Saw something. Felt something.
He's in there.
Something's fixing to happen here. Now, mind you, Lee Livesey is sitting with a couple fish under 2 pounds in that 20-pound bag.
He's got...
Like, a call would be so huge for him.
Room to grow.
Shut the door and turn.
I don't know how you missed it. Come on and eat it again, girl.
Lee Livesey has, he's given us some fireworks here in the last hour or so. Mark, are you okay?
Yep.
Okay. Mark Zona here. And you know, what's fireworks, though, without background, without basis, without reference? And for that,
pop and sizzle.
Pop and sizzle, we turn to the screen of knowledge. And that's where Ronnie is. I'll be darned.
You guys have set the bar high. I'm trying to add a little pop and scissor, maybe a little flair to this. But some of the biggest bass, we're at 94+ pounders. 10 more and we'll break 104 pounders for day one of competition, which will set the bar for the rest of it. That'll be awesome. We're just going to go through some of the guys we haven't got to see on live. We've been talking about Chris Zaldane all morning. A couple good ones to start his day and get him in that trend. And then he broke the 30-pound mark a little bit later. So 2 of his biggest ones. Luke Palmer, we heard about that 812 he caught. This was one of his other good ones. Haven't got to see his 812 yet on camera. Carl Jochimson, he likes a big swim bait, right, Z? And he's got a couple big ones. The glider. He's got a couple big ones in his live, or in his tally. I'll show you another one later. Brian Snowden, he's won the TTBC in years past. He's used to this format. He's got a good one. Shane LeHue, I love his hat. For one, I want to show off that hat there. But the roommate to Brandon Cobb, put him on that swim bait bite, gave him his only swim baits he has. He's got a couple good ones here. Those were back-to-back earlier.
Real good ones, yeah.
So a couple good ones for Shane LeHue. Jeff Gustafson, across the border in Canada, coming down here catching some good ones. He started out slow. He had 2 good ones, and that was his only thing.
I think he only has 4 fish right now.
Yes,
He's the only guy in the
more.
top 20 at 19th with 4 fish.
One more will really help him, but they're all good ones. Paul Mueller, our Lake Lanier winner, he's got a good one in his tally right now. I mentioned another good one, maybe on the glider. Z.
Yeah, the glider.
A big one for Carl Jochimson, and that's some of the biggest fish we've seen today. I want to get my hands on a photo of Luke Palmer's 812 to show y'all, but a lot of big fish getting caught on day one.
Excellent. So much knowledge there, Ronnie. In such a little amount of time. You need more time for all that knowledge. But the knowledge gives us a reference for all these fireworks we're seeing out here.
And I honestly believe this is going to be one of the tougher days of this event. I really do.
I hope you're right.
I mean,
Wouldn't it be great if you were right?
Look, I'm being dead serious. If Lee Livesey has 20 pounds and 2 of them are 2-pounders, that is a tough day on this lake.
Yeah.
One thing Livesey did say, this is interesting, he did not like that there were so many different things going on with the condition that this lake was in. He said, dude, you can catch him on a swim jig, a frog, a swim bait, a square bill, cranking out deep. He said, I don't really like that because it lets a lot more opportunity for the rest of the field.
Yeah.
You want to know, you know who we have not heard from but one time today?
Who?
Titan, shut the door and turn
Yeah, there they are. Oh,
whoa,
yeah, Dave and
yes.
Dave. Davey and Dave right there. Guys, we've been missing you for the last 3 or 4 hours here.
And I'd like Dave Mercer to comment about some of the past photos of some of the concerts that he's experienced in this event.
Yeah, talk about your association with this great event, Dave. It goes back almost to the beginning, I know.
Good times indeed, guys. Being part of this event from the beginning is special. And coming back here to Lake Fork, where this event all started is special. I actually, was looking at some video from back then, because originally it was a 4-man team, and
That's
and
right.
we had the strategy session that separated it, and it was an incredible tournament. But yes, those concerts were great victory parties, and we talked about it this morning. You are Nostradamus. You said Chris Zaldain, and literally like 20 to 30 minutes after we got off the air, he went on a tear.
Well, you knew it was going to happen here. This is Lake Fork, and it is the big bass capital of the world. And you just had to know after those thunderstorms moved out that the fishing would get better. We saw in the Conroe Classic just a few years ago when we thought the final day was going to be a shad spawn bonanza, and we had some thunderstorms very similar, and it just kills that bite. But once the sun poked out a little bit, the swim bait bite has been phenomenal, and it's not over yet. There's going to be some more big fish caught before we weigh in, I guarantee you.
Keith Combs, watching what he did this morning, unbelievable, and really just playing to his strength, from having experience offshore where a lot of people who that's not really their deal, they'll get frustrated and think this bite isn't happening. Watching him, you can realize why he doesn't care if he catches any, because when he gets on them, he's going to happen quick, and Lee Livesey's a guy like that too, I imagine.
Well, talking to both of those anglers, picked to be right in the top, and they're going to be come Championship Monday. They weren't getting as many bites, but they know what it takes to win a tournament here. Lee Livesey certainly knows what it takes to win a tournament here, and it amazed me, and I love this. In my career, I was the same way, and oftentimes I did not catch them, but I was never afraid to go out and try to get 5 or 6 bites. And Lee Livesey told me this morning, I may only get 4 or 5 bites, but I can have 30 pounds. And he was patient with it. Keith Combs had to go to the bank for about 30 seconds, and then he went right back out. But Lee Livesey, he's fishing for big fish and big fish only, because he knows that's what it's going to take to win this tournament.
Lee Livesey, a legendary Lake Fork guide. Everybody around here, you stop at any of the stores, and they're cheering for Lee to get this done. Could we have seen some, hometown jitters early this morning?
Yeah, I heard him say at one point this morning, now we're settling down. You can't help but have those hometown jitters, because you want to perform in front of your biggest fans, and these local a lot of fishermen in this area, obviously, that live here and travel here, and they're pulling for their local favorite, and that is Lee Livesey, no doubt.
Lee Livesey had a great morning. Frank Talley, we saw him catch a big fish and give a shout out to his brand new grandson just a few events ago, obviously. Looking at the two patterns we're seeing here, we got guys like Combs offshore, and then you got guys like Zaldain throwing that big swim bait. Which do you think plays out for the win here?
Well, typically I would say the deep bite, because they should be moving, but we keep having these clouds and these thunderstorms, and there's still a really good shad spawn going on. I think it's a toss of a coin come Championship Monday, whether the shallow bite will win or the deeper bite. That's another thing Lee Livesey talked to me this morning about. He said this tournament could be won by somebody shallow that just grinds it out and doesn't do anything any different. And it looks like that Chris Zaldain is committed to do that with a big swim bait, and Keith Combs is committed to out there those deep crankbait fish, and we'll just have to wait and see. I think that's what's going to be so interesting about this particular event, unlike a lot of these tournaments we've had here at Lake Fork in the past, where you knew that the guy out deep was going to end up winning the event.
Talking to a lot of anglers, Chris Groh being one of them, a lot of the different guys, it sounds crazy, but Fork is one that, just like our last event, is one you want to avoid that bomb, just because. But watching the weights, can you play it safe here? Is there any such thing?
No, you can't. And there again, I was listening in on live, and Keith Combs saying, man, I want to lay off of these fish, because he'd only found one deep school that he thought was, had the quality that he needed. But he says, I can't lay off of them. This is Lake Fork. I've got to have 30 pounds or be close to 30 pounds to have a chance. And for a guy that picked 128 pounds to win, you just do the math. He needs 30 pounds a day.
Brett Pruitt won the Carhartt Colored Bass deal just a few years ago, introduced him to the Elite Series and back on the Elite Series. But this is very something he spends a lot of time doing, this offshore fishing. And we got a camera with Brett Pruitt all day long, and he's getting some good bites. But you need to have 5 of those good bites. Catching one 7-pounder, just doesn't cut it here. You know, most tournaments you're like, I got the big one, I just need a limit. No such thing.
No, you've got to have multiple 5+ pound fish here, no doubt about it. And you know, 5.5s, or you got to have a 10, and then you can have that smaller fish. But you've got to have multiple fish over 5 pounds, no doubt about it. And Brett Pruitt is a great fisherman, and it's good to have a camera on him today. All of these elite fishermen earn their way to get here, and they're all good fishermen. They just need their shining moment. In 1 year, it's hard to put, you know, for everyone to shine. It's just not going to happen. This is tournament fishing. But he's a great fisherman, and we'll see a lot more of him in the future.
Well, speaking of great fishermen, I mean, I think we can say it. He is not a flash in the pan. Patrick Walters seems to be here to stay. Tell me about him.
Well, Patrick Walters has excelled at every single level. You know, high school, college, and in the opens. He's just a tremendous young fisherman. And I don't mean this disrespectful towards any fisherman I've ever been in a boat with, but you know, Dave, every once in a while you get in a boat with a guy and he just, wow, he can do this, he can do that. Wow, he can do everything. And Patrick Walters is one of those guys. He is going to be a shining star in our sport, not just for this year because he's leading Toyota Angler of the Year, but for many, many years to come. It's a great opportunity for him to get out here at this young age. You know, he's already won an Open. He's finished real high in multiple Opens, and now he's on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and you're going to see a lot of Patrick Walters.
Patrick Walters was one of the guys who talked about avoiding a bad finish here this week. You know, for as much as we celebrated as that big bass factory, when it gets tougher like it has been today, as crazy as, think about that. When you look at that scoreboard, every time that comes up there, that's under tough conditions. You know, it's an incredible place.
Well, the good thing is the slower bite was this morning because of those storms. And if you survive that and just don't panic and start running and doing crazy stuff, then things will get better in the afternoon. And we've seen that with some of these anglers, that they calm down. Like I said, Keith Combs, as much as he knows about this and as much as he wants to fish offshore, even he ran to the bank because he's thinking, man, what in the heck happened last night? Everything has changed. He had 3 schools, and none of them were there this morning. But fortunately for us and for Keith Combs, because I got to watch some of it, it's been a great afternoon for him, no doubt.
Keith Combs once again showed he is stone cold, Combs, when it comes to Texas fisheries. Woo! You know, he didn't get rattled. He does what it takes. And one of the unique things I heard him say was, you know, after he had some weight in the boat, a decent bag, he's like, you know, I was planning on flipping, but I can only get 5-pounders there, so there's no sense in doing
why would
that.
You do that? Why would you do that? One interesting thing, and we've talked about this with me, you, and Zona, the Conroe Classic that everyone thought Keith Combs was going to win, and he didn't have a good event. And this morning, I wondered how long will that affect him? And this morning he said, when I was asking about what he thought this storm would do, he said, I gave up at the Conroe Classic on predicting what bass are going to do. So it's still on his mind.
Well, he's a lot. You're going to catch him all 4 days here to win this event. There's no off days. Our weigh-in coming up this afternoon. Yes, you're going to see fish cross the stage, but those are only going to be the overs. Those overs over 24 inches will be loaded in these Toyota Texas Parks and Wildlife Tundras and brought across the stage. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. Make sure you follow the action all day long on Bassmaster Live, and don't miss the weigh-in.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
My name's Brett Pruitt, and I'm an Elite Series angler. We're sitting here today at the ranch. We got 4 cows from my grandmother in Texas about 2 years ago, and my fishing partner from college and one of my best friends, Blake Darren, had the 20 acres to put them on. He had called me one day and showed me a video of this place right here and said, the guy's wanting to sell it. And I said, well, let's try to get it. And he said, well, how? We're broke, both broke. I said, man, if it's in God's plan, maybe we can get it. We started off having to get a loan for our hay the first year and to feed the 30 or 40 cows that we had, and we just stayed working hard and stayed at it, and now we have a little bit over 100 cows. We've grown a lot in the last year and a half. It's been a real blessing for us. I started fishing ever since I was 2 years old. We grew up on a Cypress Tree Lake. My dad used to bring me to my grandparents every weekend, and we'd go out there white perch fishing, brim fishing, bass fishing, and I enjoyed it at a very young age. It got to when I was getting older, I was getting really good and talented at baseball. I played baseball in high school, third base, was all-state, and had a scholarship to play college ball. But however, the day after high school graduation, I got elbowed in my right eye and tore my optic nerve and went completely blind in my right eye. So at that point, I couldn't go play in college, and I had went to the University of Louisiana Monroe. I love competing and seeing college fishing on TV, and so me and a couple other buddies had went and approached to how to get a team started, and then by the second year as a team, we was one of the top-ranked schools in the country. Looking back at the time, losing my right eye, I was devastated. I've spent a million hours out there on that baseball field, and looking back, I wouldn't take it back for anything because it was all part of God's plan. I wouldn't been fishing professional today if I wouldn't have lost my right eye. I'm looking forward to 2019 and just and really being at a peace and just fishing to the best of my ability this year.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New advanced mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket. Abu Garcia for life.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
It is Bassmaster Live. We're down to about our last 25 minutes. Free concert Saturday, right here at Lake Fork. Chris Knight, 4:15 p.m. right there at Sabine River Authority ramp there, where everything's happening. The launch, the weigh-in, everything else. All day Saturday. Come on out. Lots of things to do. Lots of fan interaction. All the share lunker, the Toyota share lunker exhibit. All of that's going to be there. And it's all free. It's all free.
Chris Knight.
Every bit of it free.
From the Night's Watch. Exactly right.
All right, let's have our Mercury move of the day.
Why don't we? And I'll be honest with you, I'm going to kind of lean on Ron Moore for this, but I think it's fair to say we had a big argument during our break on who was the Mercury move of the day, and so far, Ron Moore. Who is it?
It was a physical move by Keith Combs to this specific spot, but also a move up the leaderboard when he went to that offshore area and started pounding on him.
Fair to say he caught this one on a square lip earlier today, and that's when we started hearing his voices. Things were pulling Keith Combs shallow. He went there, for as Davey Height said, he went there for 47 seconds. After he caught this bass, he went up, kept a swim jig honest, but it's when he went deep, right around our intermission.
Yeah.
Fair to say, Keith Combs all day long was just in what he could do.
That's right.
What?
He sure did.
Exactly right.
Got that beautiful double there, and then a big giant. Oh yeah.
Boom.
My word.
And it was
you said he only had 2, 3, 4 schools marked total, and it was kind of getting in that rotation, finding that one that was going to fire for him at the right time.
Exactly, and it was after this bass right here where you also heard Keith Combs was doing a little protecting of his area. We don't know who it was, but there was another angler. You could kind of watch Keith Combs' mannerisms and a couple things that he said. He played a little defense on that spot for quite a while, seeing what we can do.
Indeed. Well done. Lee Livesey on top there.
Yes.
Tom rank tally.
Live.
We're live. Can you tell your decision making today?
I think I made the right decision to come back into the wind. I was going to go to the other side, but I just saw a big one eating the shad up here, so sorry guys, but I'm going to make a couple casts.
Oh, I want to see him on that swim bait. Oh my gosh.
I knew the weather just wasn't right for me, especially with that north wind and stuff, so it was terrible in the first half. And I've caught 2 decent ones the last 2 hours. Just need 2 more good ones and I'll be all right for the day. I've got one in here, I just can't get it to eat.
Couple good ones just came across the board. Skylar Hamilton with a 6.5, giving him over 20 pounds. And Brandon Card with a 6.13. He's up to 21.6.
How many bags over 20 do we have?
She was up there in like 10 inches of water. It
Up
had to be a big one. That shad was
17.
10 inches long.
Wow.
There's been 25 fish over 6 pound caught.
End up 30% of the field by the end of the day will be over 20 pounds.
Yeah, you got time for that.
92 4+ pounders.
Boy, you want to see that century
I
mark,
do.
don't you? I know you do.
God, that'll be the Mercury move of the
you
month.
do.
What's funny is based on Patrick Walter's day, he'd probably have 15 pounds maybe on Bass Track if he was doing it himself, but it reveals it's 19.
Right.
Just the vibe of his day is about a 15-pound day is in his estimate, but it's 19. It's 19.
Come on, man.
He's still in the top 20, right?
20th?
20th exactly.
Boy, he is, isn't he? Okay. Drew Cook going to claw back a few points from him there.
Yeah.
If it were to win. If it were to end right now. It may not be that way at the end.
Whatever it is, she is smart. Only wants the real deal.
4 of our 6 live today are in the top 20. It's pretty good
Yeah.
shooting
That is
off
good.
the hip.
That's a good,
Very solid.
good calls there.
Up there is too shallow.
It dwarfs that crankbait beside it.
Really does.
Swim bait is like, oh my
Look at that
gosh.
swim bait compared to the top water
I think
on the
it's
right.
attacking that. It's attacking that crankbait till it's done.
Swim bait would be a keeper most of our
Yeah,
events,
you're
wouldn't it?
exactly
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Little one just don't throw the same as that.
The 12-inch event.
Boy, this is another spot Keith Combs is on. He has done damage here in past years.
You reckon them birds did that to those trees? Just being there?
The last 4 fish on Bass Track are 6+ pounders. Garrett Paquette just jumped into 6th
Wow.
with 22-13, a 6-pounder. His back-to-back fish have been a 6.5 and a 6.
They're always sitting on that island.
Okay.
Ryan Snowden with a 5-4.
My fish is too stressful.
Oh. That's true. Yeah, I don't know what they do to a tree. They just kills it. All right, let's make a move. They're nasty birds. They stink. They stink.
You know, just watching Keith Combs, I heard Davey Height talking about the Lake Conroe Classic. This is no joke, and you know this. That is still a tournament that burns him.
Oh.
The one that Jordan Lee won?
What time we got?
Like, if you put up that profile of Keith Combs' face, his profile picture,
That's
whenever
what they were
you
talking about when
bring
they
up-
took that picture.
Whenever you bring up Keith Combs, that Conroe Classic, his
All right,
profile
guys.
picture
That's it.
is identical
The
to that.
Scott
An hour
Farkas
left.
face.
Yes.
Got about 20 pounds, but I got 2 1-pounders in the box. My last spot I missed a big one on a big swim bait, and this one I had a big one come up eating a shad. Those 2 would have been huge, but didn't happen. We're gonna make 2 casts, this one and one more, and then we're going to the other side of the lake. We're gonna hit 2 spots really quick, and then 2 spots at the end of the day, maybe 3 if we can make it. So 5 more spots after this is the goal. See if we can get 2 more fish over 3 pounds and have a good bag to stay alive for tomorrow. I don't know what that was, but I'm gonna throw at it.
Boy, I'll tell you, he stayed all in fishing for big ones.
Yeah.
Really did.
All day long. You're right. You're right. He said he would, and he did.
Yeah.
How gutsy? How for fans? How gutsy is that?
I'll throw one more where the shad got busted. And
On
then
your
we're
home
gone.
lake to do that, to go for broke, but that's the only chance you think you could have to win.
Sure.
Like to that winning mentality to go for it. It's easier sitting at home knowing hindsight if you want to do that or not, but actually doing it's another thing.
All right, let's go.
You heard Lee Livesey's plan. He's going to
Yes,
try to hit 5 more spots before the end of fishing today, if he can manage it some way or another.
Oh, boy.
Would you like
what?
One more crack at a power pole replay of the day?
And I'll be dead honest with you. It literally, there's a lot of controversy right now for the power pole replay of the day. And here's the biggest thing that I can tell you is after our midday break, I mean, things busted wide open. I felt like our earlier power pole replay of they were kind of just a little bit cheap.
Okay.
You know what I mean,
Cheap.
Tommy
Yeah,
Sanders?
just cheap.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
But you got to give it to this guy right here. You know what? I'm going to give it to a mutual PP replay of the day. I'm going to give it to Brandon Cobb, plus him. Well done, Ron Moore. I'm going to give it to Brandon Cobb, and I'm going to give it to his Super Marshal as the power pole replay of the day.
Great
Cracker
camera work
Barrel,
on this
Hickory Smoked Ham Splash. I don't know. That's a combo sponsor
platter.
elements.
Yeah, absolutely.
Splash pot. You are Brandon Cobb, the COBB power pole replay of the day. Ones to watch. Top 3, not something cheap.
Nice.
Right?
Well done.
Thanks.
Well done, friend. That was
No,
excellent.
it wasn't.
No, it was
That
great.
was
Best
not.
ever. Best ever, I say. Chad Pipkins on top of 31, just ahead, just a shade ahead of Brandon Cobb. Chris Zaldane, he's had 30 pounds since 11 o'clock this morning.
I'll be dead honest with you. Really started pretty slow where we were like, whoa, what's going on here? But in all honesty, it slowly picked up during the day. You know, I'm going to give the Mercury move of the day and the power pole replay of the day. Lake Fork after 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. Turning on as if by magic. You're right. That's a good point. Was not magic the first couple hours for Lee Livesey, that's for sure.
No, it was very slow. And I'll tell you, we got to listen to guys like Livesey, got to listen to Davey Height, Brandon Cobb, where a lot of them felt all that lightning and thunder definitely affected that shad spawn bite early today. Good one right there for Livesey.
Needed that one. At that point, he had 4 1-pounders.
I feel like the power pole replay of the day has been very broken up with awkward pauses, and for everybody at home, if that is what you tune in to listen to, the majority of the
do.
Yeah,
it's our specialty.
As in nobody. Good day for Lee Livesey. Still has room to grow from there. Tough day for Frank Talley. Great dude on the Bassmaster Elite Series. First time we've had a camera with him.
Frank got stuck on those smaller fish as well. Had one good one come about mid-morning.
But we're starting to hear reports from the shore, one Davey Height saying, wind shifting now coming from the south, look for big late afternoon fireworks.
Okay. Coming from Davey Height, I mean, we got to give that total credibility.
Exactly right. He is, just so you know, Davey Height corked out of his gourd.
Really?
For the Chris Knight concert.
Oh, yeah.
Out
well, I knew that.
of his mind.
I knew that, yeah. Can you give us your country song just real quick, one more time?
Just take and shut the door and turn them lights down low.
That's so good.
Thank you.
That is just...
I have no idea who sings that, but that is
Jack and an Ace.
That's American Idol stuff right there. Frank Talley, Gonna have to do a little work before the weigh-in.
Check-ins today, 4 flights, 3.
4 o'clock. Gonna see if we
4
can't just
flights.
take and slide out live right now. Chris Grow, Keith Combs.
3, 3:15, 3:30, 3:45.
Staggered out weigh-in time. 24 inches to bring one in to show the crowd. 24 inches or better.
Take a leak?
Yes.
Yeah,
An over,
Rod.
as they call it.
An over.
An over. There's that picture you were talking about.
Seriously,
Keith Combs.
you give Texas. That is the face that Keith
That's the
Combs
face
makes
when you talk about
bring
that
up
Conroe.
Lake Conroe. That face right there.
That's great.
The other way. Just film the other way.
It's so bad.
Now you can see the wind coming out of the southwest as Davey passed on to you. He says that portends possibly big doings.
I took Combs hunting down earlier this year.
Yeah, you
remember?
did.
I'll be honest with you. He shot a big old trophy buck, and that's exactly what he looked like when he harvested that animal. Right there.
Just
you
up.
happy, Keith? Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
No, seriously, doggy right in there. He's a big one too. A big roofer. Yes, sir.
Again, if you're going to tune in with us tomorrow here on Bassmaster Live, we'll have the top 6 on camera tomorrow.
We will. Top 6 after the weigh-in is over.
Yeah.
Where to end right now would be Pipkins, Cobb, Zaldane, Combs, Palmer, and Frazier. Not a bad group.
Kind of excited to see that.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen some of all of them.
Is that BC Hank
live
Cherry?
so far.
Bonus coverage Hank
Would
Cherry?
be Hank Cherry.
What?
That is, North Carolina's own. Hank hanging in the top
Big
20.
pair, left of bush, double lay down.
Probably would like to have an upgrade before he goes in so he could be a little more sure he'd be in that top 20.
Snake. That's a mock too. It just went under. I don't like that. What is it now?
He ran a few old big ones that have moved out.
Double lay.
A little bit of a surprise right now, Ray Hanselman having a tough day.
Yeah, you'd think Ray Hanselman would be one of the
Granted,
big
we
dogs
see
here.
him do, he's an Amistad giant, but there's a tournament in the state of Texas. He's always a little bit of a surprise right there.
Yeah.
Same with Hunter Shryock, who started with 11.5 pounds on 2 fish. He's
Throw
stuck
you
there.
another one, but he said he had a horrible practice in the Angler of the Year race. Scott Canterbury.
Yeah.
Really tough day.
Clark Wendlandt down there.
Enough on to be up
surprising.
there in contention. I just hadn't put the big ones in the boat for some reason. I'm not really sure why they didn't get the bait very good, but you got to at least have 20 to keep yourself in the game. But I'm afraid the sun came out and I'm going to be falling backwards. But I've done nothing but scramble around. Most of my main stuff got washed out from the storm. So I've been just kind of trying to piece things together, but I've had definitely had my opportunities. It's definitely fun being here.
Garrett Paquette calling again with a 5.15 is up to 25.6.
Wow.
We are 4 away.
It'll happen, Ronnie.
It is.
Ronnie, it will be there.
We are
will
going
be
to
there.
get there. Big Bass Ronnie.
We'll get there when we get there,
Yes,
Ronnie.
That's right.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Give it to me with a little bit more aggression.
We'll get there when we get there, Ronnie.
That was
Enough
so
said.
great. Oh.
little bit of wind whipping up here. Middle of the afternoon on Lake Fork.
We gotta keep moving on. This one's too spooky. I knew this one would be. Yeah, spooky. Come back if we get the other one.
So this is the youngest of all the Texas lakes that we have fished on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Is it really?
1980.
Is that right?
1980. Only that old.
Is that right?
That's when it was impounded, was 1980. Wow. They came in, they put
Let's go to the bed.
Florida
It's got 3 of them on there.
largemouth
It's
and
like
all the farm
Love
ponds,
Shack.
built the dam, filled it up. We
Wow.
already had the bass in place.
1980.
1980.
Did not know that.
Texas Parks and Wildlife has stocked more than 14 million fish in this. Like the first couple of years, there's like 700,000.
It is staggering to watch a lake like this that gets so much pressure and sustains it.
There she is now. Look at
Yeah.
That you don't see more lakes have that slot limit.
Right. That sort of same caretaking.
It is absolutely what makes this lake phenomenal. And granted, you could ship that from state to state. You could do a,
And politically, you couldn't do every lake that
I
way, but
get
you
that.
could do selected ones like they do in
get that.
Texas,
I mean,
right?
You got to have lakes where
Yeah.
people can harvest, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get that. But to see more lakes that have that 14 to 20-inch slot limit,
Yeah. Oh, it would be a big boon to people who want to go catch big bass. Exactly.
You can catch them out on points.
Garrett Paquette is at it again. He's up to 4th place. A 613. He's got him to 28-12.
Oh my gosh. Michigan guys are it's a Michigan takeover is what it is. Yeah.
Because so many of our lakes fish like this up
Sure,
there.
and yeah. Warm water and generally 300 days a year.
That's exactly incorrect.
Red-eared slider for you right there.
Oh, good day for Garrett Paquette.
The big ask this week is if we can break 100. The big ask this week.
Okay, gotcha.
Would be if we could break 100 4-pounders on cut day when there's only 35 anglers. That would be something interesting to see on
You are
Sunday.
consumed.
You are
you are absorbed.
I'm all about the big bass.
I
big
guess
stage,
you
big
are,
dreams.
Ron.
Okay.
Who would be more likely to catch 104-pounder, Superman or Batman?
Wow.
Yeah.
Point well made.
You know what I mean?
Batman would be better at stopping 100 4-pounders from breaking in a bank.
Yeah, good point.
That's all I'm going to say.
Mighty Mouse. Of course, he's the bait.
We will get there.
Sweet BC bonus coverage right now with Hank Cherry.
Wow, this day went fast.
It sure did, didn't it?
But I will tell you, looking at what has happened, I mean, there has been a lot of parity on our leaderboard. I am really, really looking forward to tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be fun, and then we take the break. We had some great stable weather. After that, it could it could get better every day.
Exactly right.
Brett Pruitt this morning. Today, the weigh-in 4 p.m. on Bassmaster.com, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. See those big overs, those big 24-plus.
Absolutely right. Come out there, weigh-ins free. Check it out. Hang out with Mercer, the whole gang, Davey Height. Not only that, one of the things coming into this tournament so many anglers talked about was how solid the first hour of fishing was here on Lake Fork. We did not get to see that today. I have a big vibe that tomorrow morning, this place is going to explode.
We're going to make it interesting.
And it's not like we haven't seen plenty of explosions today, some big-time fireworks.
That was one of the best fish catches of the year for bonus coverage.
8 pounds and 13 ounces
What was
on bonus
that,
coverage.
What was that super marshal's name?
James West.
James West. Hats off to James West. Marshall of the week. Okay, we'll be back.
Yes.
With Bassmaster Live in the morning for you, 8:30 Eastern Time. 6 full hours of coverage again. Day number 2. That is cut day. We are looking forward to it. Thanks to everyone. We will see you on Bassmaster.
Pop, flare, and sizzle. Live.